Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. My name is Mara Madrigal-Weiss, and I am the chair of the commission. I want to thank you for attending. Before starting today, I just want to acknowledge global events that weigh on the hearts and minds of many. This morning, we woke up to a different world. My thoughts and prayers are with the people of Ukraine. I know that many people are affected in different ways, from our military vets to our military children. Conversations are happening in our classrooms. And for those that are also feeling these things and, just taking a moment to acknowledge what's happening, I want to be able to send those thoughts and prayers with our fellow human beings. We've already experienced so much in the last 2.5 years. And so one more issue to deal with globally. I think when human beings affected, it really affects us all. So I wanted to acknowledge that. With that, let's go ahead and begin. The Commission's strategic plan for 2020 through 2023 is committed to 3 strategic goals and objectives to advance the Commission's vision of well-being for all Californians. Cody, can you please bring up the strategic goal slide? Thank you, Cody. At this time, I'd like to make several announcements. Our next meeting's agenda will be posted on March 14th for the Commission meeting on Thursday, March 24th. The January 2022 Commission meeting recording is now available on our website. Most previous recordings are available upon request by emailing the general inbox at mhsoac@mhsoac.ca.gov. I'd also like now to turn it over to Tom Orrick, who will be talking to us about new staff. So this is very exciting as the staff is growing and joining our team. So Tom, would you please do that now?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we're receiving some much needed help in our Mental Health Student Services Act program with the hiring of 3 retired annuitants, Orlando Fuentes, Donna Jones, and Sandra Cook. And they'll be bringing years of experience and expertise to our work in school-based mental health, and have already begun to create program summaries, and we'll be meeting with our grantees in the coming weeks. So we're excited to have their help, and I hope that next month I'll be announcing a couple of other hires as well to help us in the grants program. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and welcome all. Orlando, Donna, Clarence, Sandra, you're coming on to an amazing team. So thank you for being here. We need the support, and we look forward to meeting you hopefully in person someday. So thank you for being here. Research and evaluation. I am also happy to share that Commissioner Steve Carnevale has accepted to serve as Vice Chair of the Research and Evaluation Committee. Among his many accomplishments, Commissioner Carnevale is the founder and chair of the advisory board for the Ucsf Dyslexia Center, which is translating cutting-edge neuroscience to enable precision learning. I would like to invite Commissioner Carnevale to say a few words at this time, please.
Thank you, Chairwoman Madrigal-Weiss. It's my pleasure to join Commissioner Danovich. He's in my short tenure, he's provided some excellent leadership that I've seen, and I'm really excited about this committee. To me, it's essential, and I think what's going on in the Ukraine is a reminder, as we see some of the pressure on the stock market, that our funding is not always going to keep going up. There will be periods where it's going down. And to me, we have 2 choices. We can either do what we do today and reduce services as our funding goes down, or we can get better at what we do, which is what, as a business person, that's what I think about. How do we make our programs more effective and more efficient? And how do we serve more people with less money? And so to me, the Research and Evaluation Committee is an essential part of what we do. It's a force multiplier that allows us to be better as a commission to serve more people in California. So in that context, I'm very excited to be part of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carnevale. We are so happy that you're a part of this group now. and we welcome your expertise. So thank you so much for doing this. I'd like to now share an update on the Children's Committee. So as one of its first tasks, I would like the Children's Committee to focus its attention on a statewide strategy to address the long-term sustainability of school-based mental health funding. As you know, the state is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in new funding to better support our students and their families. The pandemic has highlighted what many of us in this field have known for a long time, that schools can be centers of well-being for our children, families, and communities. We have the opportunity with these historic investments to look beyond one-time funding and put in place sustainable strategies to ensure improved access to care. I have asked the staff to work with the governor's team, the Department of Education, and others to explore how we can align our work with similar efforts to support the fiscal sustainability of the school mental health underway. As staff come back to us with a proposal on how best to move forward, that effort will fall under the work of the Children's Committee. I would also like to again extend an invitation to commissioners who are interested in serving on the Children's Committee to contact me or commission staff to share your interest as we work to frame out this committee and so it can be most effective. I will make additional appointments as I hear from my fellow commissioners regarding interest. Thank you. Also, for the past few months, the Commission's Fiscal Transparency tool has been offline to address some technical issues, and we have not updated the funding data. Reflected in the tool. Staff was working with former Chair Ashbeck to address concerns raised by counties on how we presented that data. I have asked Commission staff to provide us with an update on where we are in providing public access to the most up-to-date fiscal data on our mental health system. I am hoping that staff can demo the latest information we have at our March Commission meeting. So Toby, if there is time in our agenda today, whenever it's appropriate, please give us a sense of where we are with that work and what we will be seeing next month. Also, I want to announce that the governor's executive order on open meeting requirements is set to end in March. And unless it is extended, we are planning on moving to an in-person and hybrid approach to our meetings. So our first hybrid meeting will likely be in April, and we are hoping, depending on public health requirements, that we can do that meeting in Ventura County. In recognition of the investment we have made in school mental health, I have asked staff to arrange a site visit to a student-run wellness center, which was launched with MHSSA funding. Really excited to go see the center. We have students who are coming in, giving hours of their time, at least 4 hours a week. So it's constantly has a group of students who are there for peer support. So it's really a phenomenal wellness center. So I'm hoping commissioners, you'll be able to attend and sign up for that. I'm really hoping we can make it happen. So if commissioners would like to continue to participate over video for commission meetings, my goal is to be able to support your virtual attendance as well. So we want to be flexible with this. Staff will be reaching out to find out what works best for each of us and support in-person and virtual attendance. We will just need to see how this goes. And again, I appreciate your patience. We have been patient for so long. We need to continue to be patient as we move into this next phase of reopening. And so now at this point, I'd like to invite chairs of our committees to make updates on their activities. So I'm going to invite Commissioner Alvarez and Danovich to provide your updates. So with that, please, whoever would like to begin, Commissioner Alvarez. Thank you, Commissioner Alvarez.
And thanks for everybody for your patience. I am not with childcare today, so you're gonna hear a little one who's a little wild sometimes. Just want to thanks for the opportunity to provide this update. Our Cultural and Linguistic Competency Committee met on February 10th for our first meeting of 2022. And as always, the group really did come prepared and energized for an exciting year ahead. And just want to thank our committee members, but also members of the public. We had some new members of the public. We had our loyal members of the public. It was just a really a great discussion. I also want to give special thanks and recognition to Commissioner Roulette for joining us and being with us for that meeting. So during the meeting, the committee received an update on the OAC's Racial Equity Action Plan. We got a little bit of the preview that the full commission will be getting soon. And our committee members shared ideas for building greater accountability with the commission, as well as across other state investments. We talked about mental health and how important it is to take care of yourself. So this little one needs a nap soon. The committee also heard about the commission's initiatives about and where we could identify how the CLCC can provide input on, for example, the initiatives that the commission is moving forward. So thank you to Deputy Director Pate for providing that. As part of the committee member goals for the year, the members shared an interest in our organization and structure of the committee. They also shared interest in informing the commission about equity strategies for guiding communities of color, specific efforts from the commission, like capacity building, like sustainability of programs, and also in efforts to serve particularly marginalized communities like the LGBT community. So I really thank Dr. Nacy for being with us as well for that presentation. There was a great discussion. We had conducted a survey of our committee members and their goals, and we're really grateful for the responses that led us to this type of a discussion around what we could do more effectively as a committee. And it also offered an opportunity to discuss challenges that community-based organizations face in accessing commission resources. And there was a commitment to dig deeper into that concern. So we're going to be doing that at our next meeting. So we're looking forward to that and looking forward to ways in which the committee can continue to support the commission's plan for racial equity. So our next meeting is on March 10th. So just a couple weeks away, and looking forward to seeing everyone there. Thanks. And thanks again for your patience.
Thank you, Commissioner Alvarez. Thank you, baby girl. All right, please, Commissioner Danovich.
All right, hard to follow that, but first and foremost, I'm thrilled to welcome Steve Carnevale to be vice chair of the committee. We've already been working together. He's a terrific partner and brings a lot of value, and will bring a lot of value to the committee. Incidentally, he comes right at the tail end of our current charter, which ends in August, and I think that that it couldn't be better time, because ends are new beginnings, and we need to make some really important decisions about whether to re-up the committee, what the goals and objectives of the committee are, and how it will be effective. So the reason that we convened the current committee originally are as pressing as ever. They continue to be there. But we do want to take the close of this committee as it happens, by August, as an opportunity to really think about what has worked, where there have been opportunities, and then to make a decision about how to go forward based on that. So we met last week. The Research and Evaluation Committee met last week. We heard a review of our Research and Evaluation Division strategic portfolio that Toby provided. We also heard an update on the triage summative evaluation plan, and we heard a presentation around the need and the opportunity for robust and comprehensive metrics, particularly around children's mental health, which is a focus area that the committee has really wanted to dive into, not to the exclusion of other important things that we evaluate, but for the purpose of at least placing one sort of flag in the ground around an area that we want to be able to evaluate and have a very distinct and measurable impact. So some of the takeaways and activities that we're now engaged in is developing a specific proposal in response to feedback that the committee has provided. The committee is a consultative body. So it ultimately makes recommendations. If those recommendations involve resources or decisions, those will ultimately roll up to the commission, who are informed by the input of this expert body to ultimately make those decisions. And then we'll be thinking about our strategic portfolio and what role the committee plays, in the time going forward, and particularly with this August, milestone in mind. Our next committee meeting is going to be in May, and we have a lot of work to do between now and then along those lines. And we're also dealing with transition in our own leadership as we replace Dante's position, which is really critical. Ashley has stepped into a leadership role for this committee in addition to the rest of our portfolio, and doing so very, very ably. And Toby has also been stepping in. So thank you to all of our staff, to Sharon, and I look forward to sharing more updates as we move forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Danovich.
I missed out Kai, who's like, you know, the lifeblood of the committee. So
Thank you, Commissioner Danovich. And yes, agreed. Our staff, they do a wonderful job stepping in. And so it's good to hear from Tom every time we bring on more staff so that we can continue to build the capacity, because there's a lot of work to get done. So thank you for those updates, Commissioner Alvarez and Commissioner Danovich. So at this time, we are moving to public comment. So if anyone is interested in making public comment regarding the announcements or other items, please make those during general public comment time. Commissioners, if you leave the teleconference meeting for any reason and decide to rejoin, please make sure to use the raise hand function so commission staff can make you a co-host again. If you have a comment to provide, please unmute your line and seek recognition when it is convenient. Lastly, if you have any technical questions, as always, please contact Lester. At this time, I'm going to ask Amirani to go over the public comment procedures. So Amirani, please, if you could do that for us.
Thank you, Chair. We're actually have one more agenda item before we get to the general public comment time. So your hands might go down right now, but we will come back to general public comment time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. All members of the public will have the opportunity to offer comment as described in the agenda. We appreciate your patience and understanding as we learn and adjust to improve these virtual meetings. We welcome your comments. Public comment time will be heard for each agenda item. Please listen carefully as I go over the public comment procedures. If you would like to comment on an agenda item, please wait until that agenda item starts. You may request to make public comment by clicking the raise hand icon on your computer or the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. You will be placed in a queue to comment on that agenda item. When it is your turn to comment, the moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When you are unmuted, we are able to hear you. We will do our best to take comments in the order they are received. Please note, once the public comment period for the agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. The moderator will insert the word last comment next to the commenter's name or number to identify the last public comment, so please make requests to comment as early as possible. Members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less, depending on time constraints. When we have reached the end of your time, our staff will let you know, but we will let you finish your thoughts. We don't mean to cut you off, but we do want to help everyone keep time. We truly appreciate your understanding with this process. Lastly, if there are any members of the public using translation technology, please notify the chair, and at least twice the amount of time will be given to you during the public comment period. Also, I would like to mention that a live meeting transcription or closed captioning is available for anyone participating in the meeting. If that option is not currently visible, please activate the closed captioning feature located in the control bar at the top or bottom of your screen. We have had some difficulty with this technology in prior meetings, and we are working to make sure that we do have a backup option for those participants who use that feature when the existing technology is not working. Unfortunately, we have not been able to put that into place at this time. We again thank you for your understanding as we navigate through these technological difficulties. Chair Madrigal-Weiss, I hand it off to you again.
Thank you. And with that, again, I welcome everyone to today's meeting. And we are hoping to end approximately 1:10 or soon thereafter. And the part that I jumped ahead to and missed was roll call. So we need to do that first. So with that, Maureen, can you please take roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Bontrager? Commissioner Boyd?
Commissioner Bontrager's here. Sorry.
Okay. Commissioner Boyd? Commissioner Brown? Commissioner Bunch?
Present.
Commissioner Carnevale?
I've been through this.
Here.
CEOs. There are usually when looked at more closely, you provided data, we perhaps need.
Somebody's mic is on inadvertently. Commissioner Carnevale?
Yours go ahead.
Yes, here.
Yes. Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Chen?
Present.
Commissioner Cortese? Commissioner Danovich?
Here.
Commissioner Gordon?
Here.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Present.
Commissioner Rolette?
Yes, here.
Commissioner Tamplin? Vice Chair Alvarez?
Here.
Chair Madrigal-Weiss?
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Marie.
Did she get me present?
Yes, she did.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank
Thank you.
Yep, we are all set. Okay. So it is now time for general public comment. This time is reserved for comments on items that are not on the agenda. Again, I would like to remind everyone, if you wish to make public comment, click the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or if calling by phone, *9. If you would like to comment on a specific agenda item, please wait until the agenda item starts, then raise your hand or push *9. Once the public comment period for the agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make any requests for general public comment now. The opportunity to participate in general public comment will end as soon as comments from the public have begun. The moderator will insert the word "last comment" next to the commenter's name or number to identify the last public comment. So please make requests to comment as early as possible. This is a reminder that members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less. If there are any members of the public using translation technology, please let me know, and we will make sure that you have sufficient time to make public comments. Please note the meeting moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Once unmuted, we are able to hear you. Amarani, please open the line for general public comment.
We have currently 5 hands up. So, Elia, your mic is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Elia Gallardo with the County Behavioral Health Directors Association. Thank you, Chair Madrigal-Weiss, for mentioning that that CBHDA has been in communication with previous Chair Ashback to talk about the Financial Transparency Suite. Our conversations were very productive. This transparency suite existed previously and actually did raise quite a few concerns in its prior iteration. And we did see a preview of some of the ideas that the commission was intending to lift up, and did raise some pretty significant concerns with Chair Ashbeck, and engage in a very productive discussion with Chair Ashbeck on making sure that the data is presented. We believe that all the data needs to be presented, all the aspects and all of the information that was provided does need to be presented, but it needs to be presented in a way that minimizes confusion. We really feel like that the OAC and the commission has a high level of responsibility to ensure that they reduce confusion and reduce misunderstandings of the data set. Because of that, we offered various recommendations on how all the data can be presented in a manner that does do that. We are all pretty much on this line experts on the Mental Health Services Act. The public, a lot of members of the legislature are not. And that's why for us, the context on how information is presented is critically important. So we continue to raise that as an issue and a concern. We will reiterate the feedback that we provided previously and send that to the commission prior to the March meeting. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary Ann, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Good morning. I am Mary Ann Bernard. I'm a retired lawyer and the mother of a schizophrenic adult, and I advocate in retirement for the severely mentally ill, which is the group that the MSSA was written to help. And I have been reminding those of you working on PEI of a mandate placed by the voters in the Mental Health Services Act that the last time PEI was considered and this commission tried to ignore, the Office of Administrative Law forced the commission to include it in the current regulations. And that is something that can and will easily happen again if you try to ignore it again. And I have reminded you of a very easy way to comply with this PEI mandate by sending PEI money to two programs that are already in the MHSA at 5813.5F. By the way, the mandate is the last clause of, I think it's 4890, no, 5840C, last clause. One program is Laura's Law, which is essentially early intervention in relapses for people who have existing mental illnesses. But I want to focus today on the second, always part of MHSA, almost totally ignored, and that is diversion and reentry programs for SMIs who are heading into or out of our local jails. Because there is a crisis going on the streets now due to two recent decisions of our appellate and Supreme Court that our jailers can no longer allow these individuals who are incompetent to stand trial to languish in their jails for years without going to trial, that they have to be evaluated in 28 days. And many of them are spilling out into the streets because the system is not prepared to evaluate them within 28 days, where they are in crisis because they've been in jail and ignored, and they sometimes are extremely dangerous to the public. You can prevent a lot of deaths and a lot of human misery by making sure that this provision in the MHSA is adequately funded. You could work with the ACLU, which is working on these programs. You should work with the Department of Corrections, because for those of you that love data, these programs have to resemble they're similar to the mentally ill offender crime reduction grant program, according to statute. And the Department of Corrections has been keeping data on the success of those grants for years. They are good at it. I see that the last clause in 5892 gives you some funny money to spend when there are excess funds and a public need, and there is a crying public need for these programs now. And
Thank you, Marianne. Your 3 minutes are up. Please wrap up.
To it that they get funded now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
Matt, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Commissioner, fellow commissioners. Matthew Gallagher here. I come before you this morning to ask the Commission to consider having a fellowship in honor of Commissioner Tina Wooten. Following last month's meeting, I met with Frank and Faye, Tina's husband and daughter, and they were very proud and honored at the comments the commissioner shared at the last meeting. They were very grateful for the kind words that the commissioner shared, and they wanted to have me express their gratitude on their behalf. In speaking with them, I also mentioned that I would like to advocate for a fellowship in her name. And Faye said, I could not think of a better way to honor my mother. And so I bring that request to you this morning. For most of my adult life, Tina Wooten said that there could be no empowerment without employment. And I cannot think of a better way to continue that mission than by creating a fellowship at the OAC. It was her life's work, and she was truly honored to be part of the OAC, and I hope her legacy will live on in a fellowship. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate those comments.
Andrea, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, I absolutely appreciate Matt's comments and wholeheartedly echo his sentiment and second the request. A couple of things that aren't on the agenda. I just want to say, Commissioner Alvarez, congratulations. Your baby is absolutely beautiful. And another thing not on the agenda, Commissioner Madrigal Weiss, I just want to give you a 10 for the room rater. It's really great. But in all seriousness, I do want to just touch on Danovich's presentation regarding the outcomes. committee. I attended the last meeting, and it was great. You had some really wonderful presenters, and a consistent theme I heard was really listening to the individuals, as we're always saying, elevating the voices of the clients, the youth across the lifespan as well. But one thing that hasn't really been discussed, and I am hoping that this is something that you will really take a serious look at, is recovery outcomes. Right now, we're not collecting meaningful recovery outcomes across the system. I believe only in the full service partnerships, and I don't know how exactly meaningful those outcomes are. It's more of are they making their appointments, those types of things. But we really want to find out, a more holistically, what programs are having the greatest impact on individuals' lives. And there are a lot of great tools out there. And I know that the commission in years past had worked with Mark Reagan's on the Moore's tool, but there's so many. But I think that the counties really could use the support and guidance from the commission in adopting a meaningful tool that can be utilized across the state, that really shows meaningful client-driven recovery outcomes. And I really hope that Commissioner Danovich, that your committee will explore this, take a look at this, and I'd also recommend more client representation on that committee to really help shine some of these things and lift some of these things up that we've been lacking for so long throughout the state. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Andrea.
Leslie, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hello, my name is Leslie May. I am a commissioner. I'm not a chair, vice chair, but I am a commissioner in Contra Costa County. And I wanted to attend to see what type of information is being disseminated in this meeting. And my comment is that we are having lots of trouble in this county with the responsibilities of actually to do what we're supposed to be doing here. We need help. We need a lot of help. The commission basically has been taken over, the Mental Health Commission, by the Director of Behavioral Health Services, Dr. Tavano, Suzanne Tavano, and by a supervisor, Supervisor Candace Adams. So our hands are tied. We can't have guest speakers. We can't do anything unless it's approved by Dr. Suzanne Tavano. We have been stripped of putting any bylaw, presenting any bylaw that we would like to see added into our responsibilities. One of the things I heard mentioned when I first got here, I got here about 10 minutes late, was someone was talking about racial equity and greater accountability. And that is one of the major problems with this commission out here. I am one of two Black women on the commission. The rest of the commission is not representative of the community, the people, community members. We have a melting pot here, and there are refusals by one of the supervisors. John Joya has written and stated he refuses to put anybody of color except for a Latino in his district. He has like 2 openings. He refuses to put anybody unless Latino. Very discriminatory. It's been a terrible fight. I've tried to push this equity, racial equity, because that's what President Biden signed into law January 1st of last year. They're completely ignoring it and fighting every step of the way. So if we can get some help out here, I see the chair nor the vice chair here from this commission is infighting in the commission. It's terrible out here. So any help would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, for your comments. Leslie, I'm sorry, I missed in the beginning. What county are you with?
I'm Contra Costa County and I'm District 5.
Thank you.
Supervisor, Federal Glover's District.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair, we had one more hand come in after the final public comment. Would you like to take that?
Yes, please.
Anna, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. I want to second what Andrea Crook was saying. It's absolutely necessary. It was evident during the last LPS hearing that we were all present at, and we were discussing the expansion of the LPS. What I think what came out of it was very important is to see that we just don't know what works and what doesn't. Also, I'm also from Contra Costa County. I'm a consumer and peer support specialist. And my experience of Contra Costa is this. Right now, we have, I feel, imbalance of, how can I put it politely and clearly? I feel that we shifted from working collaboratively to fighting in between separate ethnic groups and separate agencies. And I'm very concerned because it seems to be the dynamic that's happening across the state and across the country. We're not alone. I feel that we need to come back to working as a mental health community for each, trying to improve the lives of each group, but working at it together. We need to stop focusing on this group has been wrong more than the other. I feel this is a very wrong way to approach things. We really need to work together and try to understand that none of us are the same, that each group has different needs and different mental health needs, and approaching things with not one size fits all, I think would really help. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for your comments. Appreciate that. And thank you, everybody, for your general comments and speaking up. Every time we hear from you, we learn a little more, and it is important for us to continue to hear your voices. So thank you for that. At this time, I would like to move forward. We will be considering approval of the minutes from the January 27, 2022 teleconference meeting. So I want to let everyone know that our minutes and recordings will be posted on the Commission's website. And at this time, members of the public may request to make a public comment on item 1 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or on the app, or if calling in by phone, push *9. Once the public comment period for this agenda item starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make your request to comment now. At this time, I would like to ask my fellow commissioners, are there any questions or comments? Okay, looking through all the boxes, I don't see any from my commissioners. Are there any public comments? Please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. So I don't. Amarani, staff, I'm going to need you to help me. I don't see any.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. This is a reminder that members of the public should be prepared, but we don't have to be prepared because there are no comments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. This is a first, I want to say. So I'm thrown off a little bit. Okay, let's move this. We got it. All right. So there are no commissioner questions. There is no public comment. I would ask then for a motion for my commissioners.
I move we accept the minutes as presented.
Second, Commissioner Rowlett.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, I would ask Chief Counsel to please take vote.
Certainly.
Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Bontrager, aye. Commissioner Boyd. Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Bunch, aye. Commissioner Connor Valley.
Yes.
Connor Valley, aye. Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Chen, aye. Commissioner Cortese. Commissioner Danovich.
Aye.
Danovich, aye. Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Mitchell. Commissioner Mitchell.
Approved.
Mitchell, aye. Commissioner Rolette.
Aye.
Rolette, aye. Commissioner Tamplin. Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Alvarez, aye. Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
Madrigal Weiss, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you, Maureen. So let's move on to our second item on the agenda. For agenda item 2, the commission will consider approval of $2,500,000 in innovation funding for Sonoma County's Crossroads to Hope Innovation Project. This project will focus on improving outcomes for individuals who have a severe mental illness and are eligible for criminal justice diversion. This will be done by expanding access to community-based treatment and testing, whether a multimodality approach will improve outcomes for adult diversion clients by adding intensive peer support services for individuals within a transitional housing environment. Commissioners have received the staff analysis and PowerPoint, and we are excited to discuss the innovation plan. Members of the public may request to make a public comment on item 2 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or by pressing *9 on your phone. Once the public comment period starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make requests to comment now or as early as possible during this presentation. Today, we will be hearing a presentation from Melissa Ladresh, who is the MHSA coordinator for Sonoma County's Behavioral Health Division. Thank you for joining us today, Melissa. We'd like to hear a high-level overview of the needs in your county, which prompted this innovation plan. We also want to know how the plan will address the needs and how you plan to measure the outcomes. And to ensure we have enough time for discussion, we ask that you limit your remarks to about 5 minutes so that we can focus on the questions and discussion with you. So with that, Melissa, I invite you to share your plan with us.
Thank you for this opportunity. Sonoma County is really excited to present this proposal. In the slide, next slide. There we go. In the slide, you'll see a photo of the Crossroads to Hope home that the Behavioral Health Division will purchase from the county for Crossroads with a CHAPA grant if we receive approval from the commission to move forward with Crossroads. So I want to talk about the need in Sonoma County. Individuals with psychiatric or emotional conditions are overrepresented in our local criminal justice system. Nearly half of the individuals in our jail system have a mental health condition versus 13% of the general population. In Sonoma's 2018 homeless count, it revealed that 35% of homeless identified as having psychiatric or emotional conditions, and this increased to 40% in 2020. And roughly a third of our homeless surveyed also identified that they had criminal justice involvement. There's a lack of dedicated housing. We just don't have any dedicated housing that provides supportive and recovery-driven peer services for the many individuals with significant mental health conditions and criminal justice involvement. A study of individuals on probation revealed that nearly a quarter of the total probation population was lacking either or both mental health services and housing services. And this contributes to recidivism. There was a stakeholder recommendation for dedicated supported housing in our county. In 2018, we convened a large group of stakeholders in a sequential intercept model planning process that looked at the circumstances of people with behavioral health needs in the criminal justice system and identified opportunities that could really prevent deeper involvement into the criminal justice system. The number one solution that stakeholders identified was expanded housing with supportive services. Next slide. Crossroads addresses the needs that were identified by the stakeholders by creating dedicated housing with supportive peer services for individuals with both behavioral health needs and criminal justice involvement. Crossroads provides this dedicated and comprehensive supportive housing for the population that aligns with AB 1810, which includes individuals that meet the criteria for specialty mental health and they're eligible for our local diversion services. We're going to have county housing experts assisting clients in securing long-term housing with all of the different community resources that we have. And we're going to use innovation dollars for deposits in first and last month's rent, because not having those funds available can be an enormous barrier to securing long-term housing. The program's also very culturally responsive. Sonoma County values and is committed to ensuring equal employment opportunities for all that work with the county and equal access for all persons using our services. The peer recovery model is very client-centered and client-driven. Therefore, it provides this strong foundation for culturally responsive service delivery. Crossroads will also be welcoming to all gender identities and of course provide services to our threshold language Spanish speakers, and we can use interpreters when needed. Next slide. What makes Crossroads innovative? The innovation is the integration of the supportive peer services along with our evidence-based assertive community treatment team, or ACT, and combining those two approaches into one model that can fully engage and support individuals in their recovery in a client-driven approach, while at the same time addressing barriers to successful achievement of recovery goals, including housing. The peer providers will have lived experience with serious mental health concerns and criminal justice involvement. So this peer-enhanced model is designed to foster a philosophy of self-determination by engaging clients through this very high level of contact with peer providers who share their lived experiences and can develop really strong, trustworthy relationships that can lead to recovery and reduced recidivism. There are three goals with Crossroads, three learning goals. The first goal is can a peer provider model that's client-centered and self-directed be blended with an ACT clinical approach that at times can be compliance-focused to still include a choice for clients and self-determination principles. Goal two is how do peer providers impact diversion clients in their early engagement into recovery. Goal three is learning how do peer providers impact the accomplishment of treatment goals of diversion clients that complete the Crossroads program. Next slide. The overall innovation budget for Crossroads is $2.5 million over a 5-year period. Personnel costs are $1.3 million of the total budget, and this is for certified peer providers with offering them a living wage, competitive salaries, benefits, and cost of living increases. The operating costs are just over $1 million of the total budget. Crossroads is also supported by braided funding sources that include a $2.2 million grant from CHAFA to purchase the house that was on the first slide and the furnishings, California Department of State Hospitals felony incompetent to stand trial monies, and federal financial participation through Medi-Cal will help provide funding for the ACT treatment team. Next slide. Sustaining Crossroads after the innovation project. Sonoma County is going to work through our community program planning process to review the Crossroads learning questions and program outcomes. If Crossroads has promising outcomes, possible future funding includes using MHSA dollars, community services and supports will be considered. We'll look at CalAIM and see if there's any potential source of funding as that is implemented. Our probation department may be another source of funding to continue this work. And the county is also going to receive state incompetent to stand trial funding and FFP through Medi-Cal for clinical personnel. And thankfully, one of the largest expenses, the actual house, will already be paid for in 5 years in the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Melissa, for that. Appreciate that. I would ask commissioners at this time, do you have any questions or comments regarding the presentation and the proposal? Commissioner Bontrager.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I certainly support the effort. would also encourage Sonoma County to consider with the new round 3 of the behavioral health continuum infrastructure funding that's due by March 31st for what they call launch ready projects to support housing for behavioral health folks such as this. I hope you can also leverage those funds and perhaps even buy or purchase further housing to support such an innovative effort. So I appreciate the presentation and I hope you can expand what you're doing. Thank you.
Any other of my fellow commissioners? I see, yes, Commissioner Mitchell and Commissioner Bunch. Commissioner Mitchell, please.
Just quickly, did I miss how many participants may be served by this program?
Participants,
Yes.
at one time, 6 participants can be in the house. And it's up to a 6-month stay, and long-term housing is going to be one of the first day that they're there. They're going to start having conversations about long-term housing. And we're anticipating that we'll be able to serve between 12 and 20 individuals annually in the house.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Bunch, please.
Hi, sorry, I'm not sure if I missed this. You said you're going to be looking for incompetent to stand trial funding. So are you guys going to be working with clients who've already been found incompetent? Are you going to be working toward competency restoration?
I am going to pass that question to Sid McCauley, who is our section manager over acute and forensic. Yes, hi. We have in Sonoma County a diversion program partially funded by the Department of State Hospitals for specifically for folks who are felony IST or presumed to be IST, and then we also have an expansion on that program where we're serving people who don't meet their specific criteria with felonies or might have misdemeanor charges. So and again, it's folks who have a serious mental health disorder. They are either IST or would be IST if they went through that process. So this is, diverting folks out of the criminal justice system with support from the courts. And then there's a nexus between their crime and the fact that they have a mental illness. So there's a connection there. So those are the folks that we'll be serving in this house.
So that is, sorry, I'm asking because I do competency evaluations here and find that a lot of times people are found incompetent and then there's kind of nowhere to go. So you will be working on restoration of competency and you will be working in conjunction with the diversion program.
The restoration for competency is a little bit different. We'll be working on treatment. So, laws have recently changed around restoration to competency, and I probably can't articulate all of that right now, but these are folks that either are just sort of being diverted out of that process into treatment in the community. And then, if they successfully finish the program, then their charges can be dropped.
Okay, and then if they have been diverted into a diversion program, you guys would qualify as diversion.
Yeah, it is the Sonoma County Diversion Program, correct?
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bench. Commissioner Rolette?
You alluded to people with lived experience and families being involved in the development of this proposal. And from my perspective, oftentimes there are, for example, an overrepresentation of certain groups of citizens or people in our state in the penal system, i.e. Black, Indigenous, people of color. And so wanted to query and find out if how you involved individuals who are, in my opinion, overrepresented in the forensic or penal system in the development of this project.
As far as who's actually going to be the peer providers or the stakeholders, are you asking about stakeholders or peer provider services?
Well, you can answer actually both. I was actually asking about stakeholders, but peer providers, certainly I would be interested in hearing that perspective as well.
As far as stakeholders go, we've worked really hard with our MHSA steering committee in Sonoma to have a very diverse group of people that meet with what's stated in the act. That group is close to mirroring our Sonoma County demographics. It probably doesn't quite mirror our jail population. So we've worked with those stakeholders. We also worked with the stakeholders in the intercept model to really, and there are people that are working with folks that have both mental illness concerns as well as criminal justice involvement. Sid, can you say a little bit more about that stakeholder group? Are you talking about the stepping up? Sorry. The sequential model,
I think it was about 40 people that were brought together for the sequential intercept model.
Yeah, it was folks from all over the criminal justice system. We had folks, we had peer advocates from the community, and we had NAMI was involved, and our folks from representing housing and homeless services. That's all I can think of at the moment.
And Julie Kawahara is our MHSA consultant. Did you have something to add about that, Julie?
Yeah, I think the commissioner is making an excellent point. Sonoma County, though, is probably, demographically, our county has mostly Latinx community members, one third of our population. There is definitely overrepresentation of BIPOC individuals in criminal justice systems. Sonoma County doesn't always follow some of the larger cities, though, if you will. We did make an effort again to engage peers, peer providers who were familiar with this intervention that we're proposing. And but there's always, I think, room for improvement. So I think the commissioner's suggestion is very well taken.
Just one additional comment. Thank you for saying that. And I would hope that, given the passage of this, that there would be an ongoing effort to engage the Latinx community and individuals who have successfully transitioned out of the criminal justice system to go on and be successful as a part of the program, and from my perspective, even provide services for individuals that might be utilizing this program.
Yeah, Commissioner, we really agree with that. And so we are asking that our peer providers have both lived mental health experience as well as successfully transitioned out of the criminal justice system. So those are the two components that we're looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Comments?
Commissioner Carnevale has his hand up.
Okay. Thank you. Please, Commissioner Carnevale.
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to know, has this program built in any way of evaluating the effectiveness of it so we can understand the outcomes as the program evolves?
That's a great question, Commissioner. We have an RFP out there for an evaluator for the project to really help us dive into the learning goals. And they'll be involved as we initiate the project, working with all the peer service providers and our ACT team to kind of get a comprehensive way of being able to find the kind of metrics that are going to help us identify those learning goals. And we've dedicated $119,000 of the budget just to evaluation over the 5-year period.
Great. Thank you very much. That's great to hear.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any other commissioner hands At this time, I would ask if there are any public comments. If so, please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. And this is a reminder that members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less. And please note that the meeting moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Once unmuted, we can hear you. So moderator, open the line for public comment at this time for agenda item 2.
Okay, we have 4 hands raised. Anna, you may go ahead. Your line is open.
I'm sorry, did you say May? Leslie May?
Oh, sorry, I said Anna.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. So I have a few questions. Number one, when you say peers, do you mean family members or people with direct lived experience as in mental health consumers? I want to point out that lately our NAMI says that they speak for consumers, for people with direct lived experience. And I want to urge you to see the difference between peers as family members and peers as consumers. We have very different life experience. And often, unfortunately, our families with best intentions try to impose their ideas on what helps us. And that is often detrimental to us. So that's my first question. Question 2 is, are you aware that MHSA funding is only supposed to be used for voluntary services? And question number 3 is, how are you going to reconcile that use of voluntary services with the involuntary nature of assertive treatment? Thank you.
Thank you. So to the first question, our Mental Health Services Act has been supporting funding training for peer services to become certified in our county. And the vast majority of those individuals are individuals with lived experience themselves, as opposed to a large family member. We do work with NAMI as well, which has a lot of people that are family members. But the majority of the peers in our county that are peer providers have lived experience themselves. And as far as the voluntary aspect goes, this will be a choice to enter into the house. So there's nothing mandatory there. Do you want to talk more about that, Sid?
In fact, the diversion program is a voluntary program. So it isn't a sort of community treatment model program, meaning it has very intensive wraparound services and staff available 24 hours a day. But there's nothing coercive about it. Folks are volunteering to be in the program.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Matt, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Matt Gallagher here. And I'll just preface my comments with, I was a former deputy district attorney. I worked at a specialty mental health court. I prosecuted misdemeanor and felony cases, so I'm pretty well versed on this topic. And my overall question was, when you mentioned diversion, are you talking about a diversion program that has been created with the district attorney's office, with the court, with the public defender's office? Or are you talking about diversion under Penal Code Section 1001.36, which is basically the judge granting diversion over the objection of a prosecutor, over the objection of law enforcement? And really, when you mention diversion, what diversion program are you specifically speaking about, if that makes sense? My second question would be, what offenses are not eligible for diversion under this program? Because obviously the offense and the charge would matter in a program like this. And lastly, this is more of a comment, given the changes in the law regarding misdemeanor incompetent to stand trial, I would hate for these limited beds to be used for the misdemeanor offenses. And the reason for that is, under the change in the law, if an individual cannot be restored to competency, they're basically entitled to have their case dismissed. And so I would hate to utilize these limited 6 beds, I believe is what was said, on misdemeanor offenses. Let's preserve those for felony offenses where people really need the beds and really need the services. And so perhaps maybe you can address those. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Melissa, I'm sorry, let me just interject here. We want to hear our public comment, and I would just ask that you take note of that, because it would become difficult and we can really start to change the agenda if we start to engage in dialogue. So please take note of those comments. And, if there's something that you can address quickly, otherwise, it can really throw us off the agenda. So please take note of that. And also, we know that your contact information, or we can provide your contact information if people have more additional questions thereafter. So with that, if we can go ahead and continue to move forward. And I believe, Commissioner Bunch, I'm not sure if you had another question or if your hand was just still raised.
I did actually. I had a follow-up question. Earlier, when I was asking about the program, you mentioned that it is a diversion program, but then in answering a question a couple of minutes ago, you said it's voluntary, which is confusing. And I don't know if I'm confused by what your diversion means in your county, but here, diversion means the court has ordered you into diversion, which means it's specifically, it isn't voluntary, but you have to participate as a part of your release from whatever facility you're in. So I'm hoping that you can actually clarify that one.
Sid, I'm going to hand that to you.
Yeah, so Commissioner Bunch, that the folks who participate in our diversion court do have to agree to participate in our diversion court. And when they don't agree, they remain in custody, or there's a different outcome to their sentencing. So it's true that there's a court order into diversion, but the court order doesn't happen unless the person agrees to participate. I hope that makes sense.
I hear what you're saying. That just doesn't sound voluntary.
Okay, yes. So then I may have to adjust my answer to the past participant. Thanks.
I have a question.
Chair Madrigal, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell, and then we'll go back to public comment. And I apologize, everyone. Please, thank you for your patience. Commissioner Mitchell, please, your question.
Well, I just appreciate the comment prior to Commissioner Bunch. I think those are some very good points that the gentleman made. And so unless there's an urgency on this matter to be, voted on and approved today, I would like to see that conversation, or at least those some dialogue on his comments. I really think those are very important, because we are only talking 6 beds. And so as to delay, the process of our meeting, I really would move to table this. That's just my thinking, because I think the points are exceedingly important, because we are only talking 6 beds. And I agree, again, my opinion, they should be used for the most seriously ill and offenses that are of greater, consequence. So I just think that there's more discussion on this. I love the concept. There's no problem with the concept. I just think there's more information that's needed based on some of the conversation so far.
Yeah, I'd like to comment, Mara, if possible, address that. So Commissioner Mitchell, we can definitely prioritize those that have felony offenses over misdemeanors. But we do have an issue with our CHAPA grant. If we don't start services in June, we're going to lose the CHAPA grant and the ability to purchase the house. So unfortunately, there is an urgency underneath this project.
You said June, we're going into March. So we have an opportunity for you to come back in March and I think address some of those issues that did come up in the previous comments So that would be my recommendation to my colleagues on the commission, unless, of course, you felt different. I think these are very good points.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're muted.
Mara, you're muted.
I am not doing well with this. Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. Let's continue with public comment at this time. So, Amari, where are we?
We are at Avery. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm Avery Hulag Vicente, and I'm the Advocacy Coordinator for CAMPRO. Reading this before joining this meeting, we generally support innovation that is an alternative to incarceration and forced treatment. And we also generally support programs that prioritize staffing peers, as peers should be put at the center of care. But I also have some similar concerns after listening to some of these comments, especially echoing Commissioner Bunch that we care should not be forced, and it doesn't sound like it is voluntary. So a bit apprehensive of saying that we support it. It just sounds like a great project, but I think there's a few things that do need to be cleared up before we can fully say that this is something that we'd be on board for. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery.
Next, we have Leslie. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Okay, so I'm a bit confused. I know that we have a commissioner in Contra Costa County, Douglas Dunn, that has been fighting for facilities for MISTs and FISTs. And it's been great discussion here about these facilities, a need for them, because we don't have any facility here. And they've already started releasing these people into our county. They started in January. So, and we're wondering, where are they? Because it's just a big question. So what I'm saying is, I thought that the MIST and FIST programs were court ordered, that they go into basically a step down but locked facility. And that's the case. I also was listening to you saying there's going to be 6 participants in a house for 6 months, and you're hoping to serve 12 to 20 participants yearly. So I'm wondering what happens after the 6 months. If these are are they expecting to have rehabilitated, or I just don't understand that part of this in the program. It's good. And then the other part I want to find out, do you already have the housing secure? Are you already ready for this type of population? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Leslie. At this time, I would like to circle back with my fellow commissioners and ask, there seems that there have been more questions that have come out, and then hearing from the public. Please, Commissioner Danovich.
Well, just one point of information I would make. I do think that there is a distinction between an involuntary service and conditional services, or even coercion. In other words, it's often that in the course of treatment, if somebody enters a residential drug treatment program, there are conditions of participation which may prevent them from doing certain things that they would like to do. That doesn't mean treatment is involuntary, but there is coercion. I think when somebody has a choice between a one intervention and another, there is coercion there. But I don't think that that's the when we think of involuntary treatment, which is that somebody has zero choice, they are mandated against their will to enter a psychiatric facility under a specific legal statute. I think that's a different thing. So I would just make that distinction, with respect to this program. And it sounds like there are some other clarifications that emerged in the the comment period that that are worthy of being clarified.
Thank you, Commissioner Danovich.
Sorry, and I would absolutely agree with you as someone who writes involuntary holds as well as does the competency evaluations. I will say, in working with clients who have been ordered into diversion, it often does not feel voluntary. But I understand there's a distinction, and it's a convert, but I think it's a conversation. But just in working in both areas, it's with diversion. If they are ordered into a diversion program and don't participate, they do risk going back to jail.
Yeah, I just think that we have to be mindful of the consequences here of that. And it's because we're talking about programs that are trying to give people alternatives to being incarcerated. And yet there are prohibitions, I believe, in the MHSA around using those funds for involuntary services. So if we start to construe things that are coercive, as involuntary, we may, undermine the ability to fund programs that fundamentally are trying to deliver treatment services to people over incarceration. So I just think we have to think that through.
Any other comments from my commissioners? So I wanted to say this, Commissioner Mitchell, I believe that what you proposed was a different motion. And so I just wanted to be clear about that.
Yes, that was what I proposed, only because of the discussion here. And again, I understand, the chapter funds being available to purchase the home in June, but I think we have still at least a month to explore some of those discussion points that were brought up. I would just feel way more comfortable getting more clarity. And I can't remember all of his points, but those were great points that he brought up. And I think they need to be explained from the presenter. Again, great program. I need more clarity because we're only talking, the opportunity to help 6 people at a time, which is, that it's not the largest number, maybe 12 in a year. And then we're talking braided funds. So this is not an inexpensive program. And so we need to get the maximum amount of impact to those who fit this criteria.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. So at this time, given the discussion from our commissioner.
Mara,
yes.
Can we add one more clarifying point? Sid wanted to clarify.
Sid, yes, you can add, please.
Just wanted to clarify that the innovation funds we're requesting would not be funding any part of the ACT diversion program. It is strictly for the Crossroads to Hope program, the peer run program in the housing, which is entirely voluntary. We aren't going to tell people they have to live there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So at this point, because of the motion that Commissioner Mitchell is lifting, the discussion from our fellow commissioners, and there seems to be still more questions than that we have. Toby, I would ask for you to please clarify with us, or really not clarify with us, if you could just provide us some consideration for this. And before I do that, I would like to welcome Senator Cortese, our other commissioner, and thank you for being here. So Toby, please, if you could just help us along with this, please.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So, first, there is a motion on the table to delay this, or to put this over to seek some clarification. So please keep that in mind, and that should be addressed. It also sounds like there's fundamental support for the concept, but concern about whether or not this particular use of the MHSA is allowed under the rules governing the use of these dollars for involuntary care. And so there is some confusion about kind of what that falls into, because of who the individuals are. And the county is suggesting different types of individuals who may come into this facility and how these dollars could be used and potentially blended with other services. And so one of the questions is, does the program being supported constitute involuntary treatment versus would people be served in a program that is voluntary who may also be participating in an involuntary program? So you have a couple of options. One is to put this over and bring this back at a later date to allow staff to work with the county and to work with legal counsel and the Department of Healthcare Services to really clarify that. We are not in a position at this time to issue an opinion on whether or not this falls under the allowed uses of MHSA. That actually is a function that is pursued by the Department of Healthcare Services, not by the Commission. Alternative, so if you want to put this over, allow time for that discussion and deliberation, that's an option. A second option is to move forward with the condition that the county ensure that this is appropriate use of MHSA funds and will not be used for involuntary care, that it would be a violation of the MHSA, and that we would be in touch with the Department of Healthcare Services for them to ensure that in fact that is the case. Healthcare Services does a periodic review of county uses of MHSA funds through their triennial audit. And if that were to come up, there is a provision to address that at a later date. So option A, per the motion that is on the table, would be to delay and try to seek greater clarification. Option B would be to move forward with the conditions that you have in place to ensure that MHSA funds must only be used within the legal context of the Act. And we would be happy to connect with DHCS and report back to the Commission to make sure that if there is confusion, that gets worked out through the fiscal regulatory oversight of DHCS. Just to clarify, that's not our skill set at the Commission.
So basically, I would have to amend my motion and/or we all vote to deny or not accept the motion and then amend it to go forward with basically the provision that staff comes back. That's what our options are.
Well, Commissioner Mitchell, you could rescind your motion and then it would take it off the table for reconsideration. Or you could stick with your motion and ask with the recommendation that this be tabled to allow further discussion. So the question, either way, it is inappropriate for the county to use MHSA funds, MHSA dollars, innovation or otherwise, in a way that is inconsistent with the law. Again, I'm not confident that our, as illustrious and large as our legal team is, that we, which is a team of one, that we are in a position to do that analysis, nor actually is it the statutory authority of the Commission. That is the statutory authority of the Department of Healthcare Services. So if this is a program that you appreciate and inclined to support, but you're concerned simply about this legal interpretation, then the Commission's approval could be limited to ensuring, some sort of a certification from the county that in fact that issue is not material. And it seems to me it depends on who the individuals are that are coming into the program and the nature of their participation, if I understood the answer from the county staff correctly. And so some of this is they may not know because of the individual cases of the 6 people who might be there at a point in time. But the Commission could certainly say, under no circumstances shall these dollars be used to support a program that is in violation of the MHSA involuntary provisions.
And then last comment, if in fact we agreed to delay the motion or to delay any action on this. Could staff come back in a month? Could this be reviewed and questions answered by the March meeting?
I don't, again, because we don't necessarily have the legal authority or the capacity to weigh in on what constitutes compliance with that rule, like what constitutes involuntary in this instance, as Commissioner Danovich suggested, is that there may be a fine legal line between someone who is receiving an MHSA service and that service is not, that is a voluntary service, even if that individual may be participating in a program that is involuntary. So I unfortunately, Commissioner Mitchell, I do not have confidence that we could come up with that specific answer within that time frame. That doesn't mean that the county couldn't modify their proposal to ensure that in a month. Thus, the other option that I put on the table is to seek that guarantee today and require some report back to us via staff to validate that. Honestly, I think it'll take longer than 30 days because this is an area that is, there's significant vagueness in this area, and there's not a lot of, I do not know of a lot of legal precedent in this particular space.
Can I interject? It sounds like from the last clarification that was made that the actual diversion is separate from the housing and program situation. So earlier when I asked, do you qualify as diversion? And someone said yes. It doesn't sound like that's actually correct. That diversion would happen separately.
Yes.
But the housing itself is what you're actually requesting the support for today. Can you confirm that?
We're requesting funding for the peer provider services that will be in the house. The house is actually paid for by a CHAPA grant. So it's the supportive peer services that we're requesting funding for.
Okay, and I just want to say that is separate than diversion, right? Okay, thank you.
Please hold for the next available representative. Current hold time is between 8 and 12 minutes from now.
So Chair, I think at this point in time, we're waiting. If Gladys wants to move forward with her motion, I think that needs a second and a vote. You know, if it's not revised, then we'll, after the result of the vote, there'll be an opportunity to, if it doesn't stand, to put forth a new motion. If it does stand, you know, then so be it. But I think we have to go through that procedure now to get through this.
That's correct. Sorry, Commissioner Danovich. Commissioner Mitchell.
So because I hate delaying support and services, I don't like doing that, but I'm not comfortable. So I will pensively, with some reservation, I will amend the motion to go forward with the request that the county comes back and, you know, with the assurance that these services are not mandatory, that the funds are, MHSA funds are not being expended incorrectly, for lack of better terms. So I will amend the motion. So staff or you all can clean it up for me, but I will amend it. But I'm very uncomfortable with it. Again, because I don't want to delay support. If that makes sense.
Yes. I think we just need the correct language for that.
Yeah.
So might I
Help with the
suggest,
language, not correct,
Sure.
Commissioner Mitchell, I get it.
Commissioner Mitchell, if I may, might I suggest that the motion be to support the proposal with recognition that the county is not authorized to use MHSA funds in a way that is inconsistent with the voluntary nature of MHSA services, and to provide assurances in writing to the commission to that effect.
And can we put a date on that? When do we get those assurances?
Ms. Ledrec, what would be appropriate in terms of a deadline?
I think a part of it's going to depend on DHCS.
Well, it's not optional.
Yeah.
Now, whether it may take some time to determine what that means, right? But again, even if DHCS determines 4 years from now, there would be some sort of a reconciliation that would have to happen 4 years from now. But in terms of the commission's timeline, would strongly recommend you make that assurance within 30 days. Otherwise, we simply table this.
We can commit to 30 days, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Mitchell, is that satisfactory?
That's satisfactory.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Toby. So is there a second? That's the motion.
I'll second the motion as amended and with assistance from Toby. Thank you, Toby. I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Rolette. Maureen, I would ask that you take
the roll. Yes. On the motion as revised, Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Bontrager, aye. Commissioner Boyd. Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Bunch, aye. Commissioner Carnavale.
Yes.
Carnavale, aye. Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Commissioner Chen, aye. Commissioner Cortese.
Aye.
Cortese, aye. Commissioner Danovich.
Aye.
Danovich, aye. Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Gordon, aye. Commissioner Mitchell.
Approved.
Mitchell, aye. Commissioner Rolette.
Yes.
Rolette, aye. Commissioner Tamplin. Vice Chair Alvarez.
aye.
Alvarez, aye. Chair Madrigal-Weiss.
Aye.
Madrigal-Weiss, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Again, thanks, everybody, my commissioners, for the discussion. I thank Sonoma County for being here and for your presentation, and Commissioner Mitchell for bringing up your concerns. And again, this is why we learn and move forward. And of course, the public comment, Matt, for your questions, even though it's, we can't necessarily get into dialogue about this. It's the questions that get us thinking more about this and really helps build the communication so that we can continue to move forward and make sure that we are doing the right thing with this and being stewards of MHSA. So with that, I would like to move forward. Congratulations, Sonoma. We will look forward to hearing your comments back in 30 days.
Thank you so much. And thank you for all the questions and the concerns and the thoughtfulness that you approached it with. Thank you.
Thank you. Have an excellent rest of your day. Take good care. With that, where are we? We're going to go ahead and, are we able to move forward? Or are we waiting on people to be here? I'm asking staff.
I'm here. I'm ready for the next one.
Yes? Okay, then let's go ahead and do that. So, one moment, sorry. All right. Next, you will hear the mid-year budget and the governor's proposed budget for 2022 that was originally on last month's agenda, but had to be pushed to February due to time constraints. At the beginning of each year, the commission staff presents the commission with a mid-year report on the budget. Today, we will hear a presentation on the budget as well as the governor's proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. We will be having another budget discussion in May that will coincide with the governor's May revisions. Members of the public may request to make a public comment on item number 3 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or app or by pressing *9 on your phone. Once the public comment period starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make requests to comment now or as early as possible during this presentation. We will hear from Deputy Director of Program Operations and Administrative and Legislative Services. Sorry, Norma Pate. So Norma, I hand it off to you.
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. In your packets today, under tab 3 is an overview of the Commission's budget for fiscal year 2019 through 2021 and the Governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022. The overview in the tab provides a summary of each of our budget-directed grant programs that are still active. In your packets, you'll also find a copy of this PowerPoint because it might be difficult to read on the screen with the numbers. As you can see, the budget is significantly, could you turn the slide, please, Lester? Sorry. As you can see, the Commission's budget has significantly increased over the last 3 years. In 2021, the increase in the Commission's budget was funding to provide support for children and youth. The Governor and the Legislature have incentivized stronger partnerships between local education agencies and county behavioral health departments. With these one-time investments, the Commission is working to expand school-county partnerships statewide. In prior years, the Commission's budget included one-time incentive funds to support early psychosis, ALCOVE, which is our youth drop-in centers, addressing disparities, and fortifying youth suicide prevention efforts. These programs are all still active and listed in tab 3. Next slide, please. As the Chair mentioned, staff present a budget overview in in August and January and in June or July. Next slide, please. This is the slide that's on the screen currently that the Commission approved in August of 2021. The next slide will show adjustments made since this last presentation to the Commission. The Commission's budget is organized into personnel, core operations, and local assistance funding, which includes the majority of funding that is provided to counties and other local partners. The first item on the chart is personnel. Currently, the Commission's personnel budget is $6.7 million, and we have approximately 53 staff. There's also the next line item is for Peer Social Media Network. The 2021 budget provided $300,000 one-time funds for administrative support for the Commission to launch a $5 million youth-focused anti-bullying initiative that leveraged social media to support youth. The Commission formed an advisory committee as directed in the budget to support this project, and the $300,000 is for the administration of this project. The next item on the chart is administration. In 2021, the Commission received a total of $10 million one-time funds to administer and evaluate the Mental Health Student Services Act grant program. $5 million is provided for the administration, and $5 million is included in the evaluation item below. Funding for this program will be spent over multiple fiscal years. Over the next 6 years, the grants team will provide technical assistance to schools and counties, hold quarterly meetings to strengthen the school-county partnership, and work in collaboration with the research team to evaluate the Mental Health Student Services Act grant program. The next item is core operations. The Commission's core operations budget in 2021 is $28.9 million and has both ongoing and limited term resources that will be expended over multiple fiscal years. In 2021, the estimated cost for rent, data, security, community engagement, editing and graphic designs, and other related Commission expenses is approximately $1 million. The adjustments to the core operations is approximately $154,000 to administer the federal school-county partnership program, which is now, the federal funds had changed. Originally, we were allocated $100 million in federal dollars for the school mental health partnership grant. There was trailer bill budget language that recently passed that moved that to state funds. So all of the funding for the school mental health program will be from state funds. Commission, under the next item is Commission priorities. Under core operations also includes funding for Commission priorities in the areas of communication, innovation, research, stakeholder advocacy, and one-time investment for the peer social media network that I mentioned before in the Workplace Mental Health Project. The communications budget is approximately $520,000. Additional funding was needed to support our communications effort, and we'll be moving approximately $11,500 to cover these additional costs. The innovation budget is approximately $460,000 for a youth event scheduled later this year that will be led by Chair Madrigal-Weiss, and funding to support a Crisis Now project that will provide training and support to counties developing innovation projects. The Commission's research budget is approximately $6.1 million for 8 contracted staff from Ucsf and other related research and evaluation efforts. $5 million is one-time funds to evaluate the Mental Health Student Services Act. The Commission's core operation also includes $5.4 million that is allocated to local organizations for stakeholder advocacy training and outreach and engagement. As I had mentioned earlier, the Commission's 2021 budget includes $5 million one-time funds for a youth-focused anti-bullying initiative that leverage social media to support youth. Commissioner Chen, Chair of the Anti-Bullying Committee, and Commission staff are nearing completion of recommendations to hire a contractor to lead and launch this work. $65,000 was shifted from core operations for a contract to support the Commission's Workplace Mental Health Project. And the next item is uncategorized funds. The Commission reserves uncategorized funds for unanticipated expenses that may come up throughout the year. And then the most important part is the local assistance funding that the Commission receives. The Commission's budget includes $20 million ongoing funds for Mental Health Wellness Act of 2013, which is our triage grant program. The triage grant programs will end in 2022, with the exception of a few counties that experienced delays due to the pandemic and received additional time to provide services. The Commission will determine how to best allocate these funds in the next few months, and our Executive Director, Toby Ewing, will talk more about the triage program in the next presentation. The Mental Health Student Services Act, the Commission budget includes $8.8 million ongoing funds for the Mental Health Student Services Grant Program. The Governor in 2021 budget augmented the Mental Health Services Act program and provided $95 million additional funds, and then now additional $100 million of funds to support the local school partnership grants statewide. The Commission's budget includes a total of $280 million for the Mental Health Student Services Grant Program. The Governor's 2022 budget shifted those the funds that were originally $100 million. So if you're looking at our budget, you'll show a shift in those funds from federal to state funds. The Commission also has a suicide voluntary tax. Assembly Bill 984, Statutes of 2019, requires the Commission to disperse donated funds to support the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. There's approximately $409,000 in fiscal year 2021 and $239,000 in fiscal year 21-22. And the Commission will be presented with a plan to allocate these funds in May. Next slide, please. The Governor's proposed 2022 budget, provides 3 new positions. The Commission's personnel budget has increased from $6.7 million to $8.2 million. The most notable increase is 3 new positions to support our research and evaluation efforts, and recently enacted legislation that requires new and additional research for the team. The Commission's core operations budget is $19.5 million, which is approximately $9.3 million less than in 2021, because we received limited term resources in the current fiscal year that will be expended over multiple fiscal years. The Children's Behavioral Health Initiative, the Governor's 2021 budget included $4.4 million to support an array of projects to improve behavioral health outcomes for children. Those initiatives include $429 million to identify and replicate evidence-based practices with a focus on early psychosis, youth drop-in centers, prevention and early intervention, reducing disparities, and meeting the needs of youth with complicated high-end needs. The Budget Act of 2022 allocated $42.9 million to the Commission to support the identification and adoption of evidence-based practices. The Commission will work with the Health and Human Services Agency to develop an interagency agreement for the Commission to allocate the funding for the Children's Behavioral Health Initiative. The budget 22-22 budget also includes ongoing $8.8 million that will be encumbered this year for our Students' Mental Health Services Act. The Mental Health Wellness Act triage, we have another $20 million that will need to be encumbered by June 30th, 2023. And then the next slide shows the presentations that will be received this year. So in June or July of 2022 will be the next presentation, and then a mid-year in January 2023, and in fiscal year report out on June or July of 2023. Next slide, please. The motion for this presentation is the Commission approves the fiscal year 21-22 mid-year expenditure plan. And I'm happy to open to hear from commissioners if you have any questions. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Norma. Commissioners, at this time, I see Commissioner Carnevale, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrigal-Weiss. So I guess this is a question I'd like comment from Toby on. The amount of money continues to grow to the provide grants for the Commission, but the relative budget keeps getting smaller per dollar granted, and it strikes me that our ability to operate effectively is based on our ability to have staff to support, to evaluate, to guide us in our activities and hopefully expand our activities. And so I guess I'm wondering, am I thinking about that correctly? And what can we be doing to expand the core capability of the Commission itself to support this growing need and to make sure we are effectively serving the citizens of California?
Thank you, Commissioner. There's a couple aspects of the response to that. Each time the Commission is each time the legislature and the administration proposes to enhance our budget, we have the opportunity to talk with them about what the operational impact of that will be. The challenge often, though, is quite often these investments are one-time investments. And so sometimes the difficulty is trying to respond quickly to a one-time investment and recognizing what that operational impact looks like on us. And so we're very thoughtful. We try to be very thoughtful about the issue that you're making in terms of the capacity that we have, particularly around one-time kinds of investments. We certainly try to be very efficient so that we're not building core capacity over the long term. That for a short-term intervention, I'll give you an example. The one-time $5 million for the anti-bullying work, we really needed to push that out very quickly. And so we diverted staff from other projects in order to tackle that and wrap that up, and then staff will go back to the other projects. So it's a difficult balance, but we're constantly trying to make sure that we're right-sized, so to speak, in terms of the staff. And part of that is having discussions with the administration and the legislature about where the capacity needs to be increased. Unfortunately, the way the budget process works is typically we receive support for additional staff or dollars that are more flexible so we can work with consultants or fund other kinds of services, typically when we have a new directive or a new mandate. That's harder to do for the broader general purpose of the Commission outside of a specific directive in the law. So if, for example, we suggest that there's something that is the right thing to do and the right thing to invest in, quite often the budget process, the mechanics are such that that is very difficult to support. So one example is recently the governor signed SB 465, which directs us to do some work on full service partnerships. We had spent a couple of years trying to get support for that effort without there being a mandate in the law, and we were unsuccessful. So in response, we worked with the legislature to create the mandate so that we could, that process is cumbersome. It takes a couple of years. And so that's the area where we're constantly thinking about how can we strengthen, to your point, the core foundation, which isn't necessarily responsive to an individual directive in the statute under a specific funding requirement or programmatic requirement. It's this broader initiative about how we drive transformational change, how we support public accountability, and how we ensure that the oversight is there that is necessary to strengthen public understanding of our mental health system and confidence that that system is moving in the direction that it needs to move. Kind of a long answer, but I hope I got close to what you're getting at.
Well, thank you for threading that needle. I guess I'm just asking, is there anything else we can be doing more proactively to change this outcome beyond what you are already doing?
I would suggest we raise that question in the item 5 on the agenda, which is around legislative priorities, because that agenda item is more appropriate for a discussion of the kinds of priorities the commission wants to put forward in terms of the budget, which is legislation, rather than in a conversation here. The rules are such that what we're really trying to do today is meet our obligation to you and the public to be clear on the funding we receive, our expenditures to date, and kind of our updated expenditure plan for the rest of the fiscal year. But if you're so willing, I'd love to move that conversation over to item 5 on the agenda, which actually under the Bagley-Keene rules, it really is about the commission setting new priorities.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners who would like to comment at this time or have questions? Okay, I see none. So are there any public comments? If so, please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. And this is a reminder that members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less. Please note the meeting moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your telephone number once unmuted. We can hear you. Moderator, please open the line for public comment on agenda item number 3.
Okay, we have 2 public comments. Stacy, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Sorry, Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. Good morning, commissioners. Regarding the stakeholder advocacy grants, which the commission administers in the amount of $5.4 million annually, since this item has not been put on the commission agenda as a separate item in quite some time, it has not been possible to make public comment on this. Since there are a lot of new commissioners, I would just like to make the following comment regarding these stakeholder advocacy grants. Prior to the grants being transferred from the State Department of Mental Health to the Commission for Administration, the focus of these grants was at the state level policy and decision-making bodies. When the commission took over the administration of these grants, the focus of the deliverables went from the state level to the local level. So literally, most of those grants, the people that hold those cannot be reimbursed for participation or comment at your commission meetings, which is why you always hear from me and not others, I think. REMCO believes that the focus should return more to the state level and believes that a meeting with the current and former grantees, as well as community stakeholders, would bear this out. Again, I realize this may not be related to the direct directly to the motion or whatever that is, but I wanted to make these comments public because again, we just have some new commissioners and these stakeholder advocacy grants are extremely important. And we do appreciate that the commission administers these. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy.
Next, we have Hannah. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name is Hannah Bickoff, Policy Director at Cal Voices. My comments are brief this morning. I wanted to just quickly talk about sort of the almost quadrupling of funding for the MHS-OAC budget. You all are doing a lot of great work, and I've noticed that a lot of the increased funding has been dedicated to the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative and the MHSSA. We know that our youth and young adults are in a public health epidemic and that they're really struggling. I would just encourage in looking at some of these projects, it looks that a lot of the funding is diverted directly to schools and school-based programs. Based on the diversity of communities throughout California, we know that a lot of young people and their families feel more comfortable getting services in their communities at community-based organizations, peer-run organizations, and other trusted facilities. So I would just recommend or suggest that as these programs continue to unfold, that some of those other locations where folks receive services be considered, and that specifically children and youth who fall in the gaps and may not be able to receive services at school, whether it be because they're on independent study, have a particular IEP plan, or unable to comply with vaccine mandates, that there be additional sort of programs carved out to support those populations. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate those comments. And I think that is wise to be thoughtful of where all youth are being reached. We need to be thinking about where all youth can be reached. So appreciate that. Any other, I don't see any other general public comments at this time. Are there any additional questions or comments from our commissioners? So seeing none at this time, I would ask Chief Counsel or Commissioner Mitchell. No? Okay, I'm sorry, just, okay. Chief Counsel, please, if you could call roll so that we can approve the motion, which is accepting the fiscal year 2021-22 mid-year expenditure plan.
I'm sorry, who was the motion made and seconded?
Oh, no, I skipped that completely. I'm sorry.
Call for motion.
So moved. Says Myra.
Second.
All right. On the motion to approve fiscal year 21-22 mid-year expenditure plan. Commissioner Bontrager.
Aye.
Bontrager, aye. Commissioner Boyd. Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Bunch.
Aye.
Bunch, aye. Commissioner Carnavale.
Aye.
Carnavale, aye. Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Chen.
Aye.
Chen, aye. Commissioner Cortese. Commissioner Danovich.
Aye.
Danovich, aye. Commissioner Gordon. Commissioner Mitchell.
Approved.
Mitchell, aye. Commissioner Roulette.
Aye.
Roulette, aye. Commissioner Alvarez.
Aye.
Alvarez, aye. And Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Approve.
Madrigal Weiss, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you, Maureen. So at this time, we have come to a 10-minute break. It is, I have 11:03. We will return at 11:13. So we will see you all back then. Thank you so much. All right, 113. I think we're starting to come back. Minutes go by really quickly. So welcome back, everyone. I hope that break you were able to take care of yourselves. We're going to move right into agenda number 4. So some of you will remember that in January of 2019, seems like years and years and years ago, we heard a presentation from Tom Keto from WEDA, the public television station in Washington, D.C., on their partnership with Ken Burns to produce a documentary on children's mental health. Following that presentation, we voted to support the project as part of our effort to improve awareness of the challenges facing children and youth and to address stigma. Mr. Kyoto is back to give us an update, and he is here with Justin Rhodes. So actually it's Justin who's going to be giving the presentation. I want to note that in addition to considerable commission comments on the opportunity, Mr. Kyoto and his team also heard from a number of stakeholders on the importance of engaging mental health peers as advisors to ensure the work is reflective of lived experience. So Mr. Rhodes, I'm hoping you can give us an update on the project and talk about the role of peers, particularly children and youth, in informing this work. And again, members of the public may request to make a public comment on item 4 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or on the app, or by pressing *9 on your phone. Once the public comment period starts, we will close the public comment queue. I'm sorry, I'm hearing an echo. Is that just me? Am I just hearing the echo, or does anybody else hear it? Okay, I apologize. Once public comment period starts, we will close the public comment queue. So please make requests to comment now or as early as possible during the presentation. So Mr. Rhodes, we are excited to hear about the progress of this work, and I invite you to go ahead. I see you there, Justin. Welcome.
Commissioner Madrigal-Weiss, Chair Madrigal-Weiss, this is Tom Kyoto. Actually, I'll begin.
Okay.
First, I want to, on behalf of my colleague and I, say good morning, Chair and Commissioners, and allow me to introduce Justin Rhodes, who is our Senior Director of National Digital Platform at WETA, our station. Justin and I want to thank you for inviting us here today, and thank you for supporting the important work of public media. We're grateful. In 2019, when we came to you, well before the pandemic, asking you to support the development of a new documentary series addressing the youth mental health crisis in America and a national engagement initiative, you gave us your support in the amount of $300,000. That day, when I appeared before the commission, we heard the priorities of the commission, and we heard community members that spoke during the public hearing. And I and my colleagues were deeply affected. And what you said to us has had impact. You asked us to reach out and listen to youth, and we did, at every level of what we were about to do, which I'm going to report to you about today with Justin. Cody, could we have the first slide, please? So I want to walk you through and share some of the results of what's happened in approximately the past 19 months. Next slide, please. We are conveners in public media, and we convened, with the support of the commission, 25 additional sponsors and partners over the past nearly 2 years. We've created a 4-hour documentary series, executive produced by Ken Burns, premiering this June. This documentary includes more than 20 young individuals, ages 11 to 27, who in the film courageously speak about their lived experiences, addressing depression, anxiety, bipolar, schizophrenia, eating disorders, bullying, self-harm, addiction, suicide, and much more. We then built and launched in 2020 and then executed a national community outreach and engagement campaign that has already reached millions of people in California and all around the country. Before we discuss the national campaign, we'd like to start off by showing you two video clips. One from Ken Burns, talking about why he as a filmmaker and a father did this film, and then a short excerpt from the documentary series that will be broadcast on more than 330 PBS stations in prime time in June. The dates are June 27th and 28th. It will also stream on PBS apps through to the fall of this year, and then it will air approximately 6 times across local PBS stations over the next 3 years. Justin, can you roll both clips of Ken Burns and then the clip from the film?
This is Cody, and as we prepare to play those clips, I just need to restart the presentation because it looks like there's some interference on the side of the screen. So one moment.
Okay, great. Yes, I meant to say Cody, my apologies. While Cody's doing that, I'll mention to you, California's own Dr. Tom Insel, the former head of the National Institute of Mental Health and advisor to Governor Newsom on mental health and well-being, is not only a trusted advisor to us throughout this campaign, and we support the goals, he's not only been an advisor to us, but he's in the film. It sounds like you're ready. Is that right, Cody?
Hi, I'm Ken Burns. Our nation's youth are confronting a crisis, and they are asking us to listen and to help. 75% of all mental illness begins by age 24. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among young people ages 10 to 34. This June, a new film directed by my longtime colleagues and friends Eric Ewers and Christopher Ewers sets out to provide a space for young people to talk about their lived experience and their mental health journey. Hiding in Plain Sight, Youth Mental Illness will air on PBS over 2 nights, June 27th and 28th. In May, leading up to the broadcast, PBS and WETA, the Washington, D.C. public television station, will begin to share these stories on wellbeings.org, an online portal that has become a platform for content focused on youth mental health. As a country, we must acknowledge this crisis and ensure that we are providing the resources and care our young people deserve. As parents, friends, and neighbors, we must listen to what they are telling us. The filmmakers have prepared excerpts to provide an early look at the film. I encourage you to watch them and to share them with people in your life. You'll find them and much more content and resources related to youth mental health on wellbeings.org. This is a crisis that deserves our attention. Thank you.
I think there's so many things you can say about mental illness. It comes out of nowhere, and then it just creeps into your body, and you don't know how to deal with it.
It's a strange thing to look back on and think to myself, I really didn't care about anything at that point. Not caring if I wake up.
It became a very frustrating thing whenever I'd look in the mirror and there's nothing wrong with me on the outside. There's absolutely nothing wrong to make sense of that pain.
That moment that nothing else mattered to me, that I just threw myself in front of a moving car.
I told my parents what would happen if I wasn't here.
I still had a whole future that I had planned, it's like I was planning the suicide, but at the same time, I was making plans to go out to the movies with my friends the next week.
It's hard to endure, but it's just,
take it one day at a time. And that's kind of how I've been living my life.
It affects my daily life all day, every day.
When I finally did like start to think like, oh, I'm probably an addict, I was like, no, like you're just lying to yourself.
I really want to live, and I'm trying to make the effort, and I want to have a good life. Maybe 1, 2 kids, not the white picket fence, but something that's livable, not this, but I want it. And I just want normal and mundane and average. Maybe a trip to Myrtle Beach every summer. You know, I don't care. I'm sick of crazy, chaotic, up and down mess.
There really is light. There really is. I know you're like, you don't know me. You have no idea of my journey. You have no idea. You're right, I don't. You're right, I don't. But I do know about lots of other kids' journeys. They are very different than yours, I'm sure of that. But what I know is that you're worth it. You have value. You are fighting this fight that you truly have no idea whether you're going to win or not. You're beyond courageous. You're beyond courageous. And you're stronger than you know. So keep the fight. Stay strong in your resolve because you're worth it.
Thank you, Cody. So, as I was saying earlier, we have more than 20 young people telling their stories over 4 hours with counselors, peer counselors, family members, siblings, and experts. And there is great hope and resilience as we hear their stories and we follow them over 2 nights. As I was saying earlier, one of the experts in the film is Dr. Insel. And he has been an advisor to us, and he has shared with us all along not only the work that is done in California. He has the saying, and I'm going to mess it up, but I'm going to try to say it as clearly as possible, that America looks to California for what's next. And in that, we say we have created much of this and support the work that you're doing and the work being done around the country and the Governor Newsom's Children and Youth Behavioral Initiative. And I'd like to talk about our initiative, the National Outreach and Community Engagement Campaign that we've built. Our mission at Public Media is to raise awareness, to educate, to help reduce stigma and discrimination, and to change the national conversation. In 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, 3 months into it, we made a multi-year commitment and launched the national campaign called Wellbeings. It's a multi-platform, multi-year initiative created to address the critical health needs of America through original broadcast and digital content, engagement campaigns, and impactful local events. Wellbeings works to demystify and destigmatize health and mental health concerns through storytelling. We are storytellers. Ken Burns is a storyteller. Next slide, please. Within our 10-year commitment to Wellbeings, next slide, Cody. This is the first film that you saw a short clip from, Hiding in Plain Sight, Youth Mental Illness, which airs June 27th and 28th. Next slide. We plan to also do, with a slated air date of spring of 2025, a second film in the Hiding in Plain Sight series that not only follows some of these young people, but also evolves into mental health and well-being of adults. Next slide, please. And then again, in 2028, they're Hiding in Plain Sight, Our Carmen Struggle, that deals with seniors' mental health and well-being. And it will also deal with quite a number of other issues. We launched the Wellbeings campaign in, as I said, in July 2020, and wellbeings.org, announcing the first documentary in the series, Hiding in Plain Sight, addressing youth mental health at the annual meeting of the National Alliance of Mental Illness, That virtual event had more than 10,000 people participate. Since then, more than 400,000 people have viewed the event. So we plan to produce these 3 films, focusing on the topics I've mentioned and much more, because when you begin a film, you don't always know all of the directions you're going to go as you hear from the people that are dealing with the issues and living them. So throughout these films, we're going to address other topics like mental health in the workplace, in our communities, policy, and more. That will be the through line of the 3 films and more. Next slide, please. Thank you. In 2024, we have partnered with actor, producer, and caregiver Bradley Cooper, and we're going to address caregiving in another 4-hour series, and we will build a national campaign around that. Next slide, please. And that film is currently in development, not in production. We're hoping to move into production very soon. And now, Chair Weiss, I would like to introduce my colleague, Justin Rhodes, to address the next segment of what we're going to talk about, beginning with one more film in the Wellbeing series. Justin?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to meet you all, speak with you all today. I am proud to speak with Tom and with you all today and share that this, our inaugural year of this initiative has been wildly successful. One of the reasons it's been successful is because of projects like you see on the screen here, which is called Remote Chance. This project was developed with the intent to directly shine light and highlight stories from remote areas in the United States, specifically areas that have limited resources in terms of access to healthcare. And we kind of intently and intentionally found stories that are have a wide range of appeal, but also incredibly diverse. What you see here in front of you on this slide is a brief description. I'm sorry, I'm hearing some echo here. Somebody's mic might be unmuted. But what you see here is a brief description about what this is. And I'll give you kind of the quick highlight here. It is right now a digital series that, we explore different areas in Georgia and New Mexico. And this series will lead into a full-length documentary series. The other interesting part here that we recognize we need to follow and continue to do is that we have developed a social media infographic series that highlights key facts and figures to reach some of the young people and young adults that we reference in this series on different platforms and in different ways. If you go to the next slide, Cody, I'll touch on a little bit of our strategy holistically. So with a series like Remote Chance and others, one of the things that we implemented was, and we did this at the start of this project, was what we call a platform agnostic strategy. So that means we do not push any of our young target audiences to go to any one platform. We develop content for where they are and where they exist already. And through that, we have been able to foster organic growth and conversation and build a sense of community around, the Wellbeing's brand of content, the hashtag. Largely due to that strategy, you see these results. 60.5 million impressions, 530,000 acts of engagement, over 1.6 million views of our virtual event, thousands, almost 10,000 posts to our Wellbeing story wall that lives on our homepage of wellbeings.org. I'm proud to say that we have not needed to spend a significant portion of any of our resources to do any type of paid social or paid media support. A lot of this is organic growth over the last year. And it's also due to smart and strategic partnerships with different organizations. And you'll hear us talk about this a lot, but we never take the stance of being subject matter experts in this field, but what we do take pride in and we do stand firmly on is we're expert storytellers. We know how to convene, we know how to bring people into these conversations. Next slide, please, Cody. One of the advantages of taking that stance is we can think of strategic ways to present stories. The story wall is one way of doing it. And as you saw on the previous slide, now approaching close to 10,000 submissions to the story wall. And all young people are doing is through our encouragement, using hashtag well-beings on any of their social platforms. And that content is pulled together into our story wall here for them to find other stories that are like theirs. Next slide, please. Another direct impact and result of that work has been several awards wins to date, well over 30 film festival selections for one of our particular series. The Wellbeing's website is a W3 gold winner. All good news and good indicators of success, and also good indicators that we are reaching the audiences that we need to be reaching and we want to be reaching in terms of that young demographic. It is an excellent foundation for us to continue on building on, and we will do such as the project continues. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Justin. I'd like to talk a moment about the national tour and the campaign that we've created. All of the films we shared with you, starting with the Youth Mental Health Project, which is our priority in these last 19 months. Focus is a full plate. We can't wait to address these critical issues. We couldn't wait 2 years. Public media normally promotes its films 6 months, 3 months before they air. We began 2 years ago, thanks to your support and the support of all our sponsors and partners, 2 years ago to address the youth mental health crisis. We didn't know then that we would have a pandemic, but we decided to take on, in a very large way, health, mental health, the well-beings of individuals of all ages, addressing issues from diversity, food insecurity, homelessness, veterans, diabetes, Alzheimer's, prevention of mental illness, community services, parity between physical and mental health in the healthcare system, and employment, and much more. And it is not a light task to take on, but we knew we needed to. We are conveners. We like to connect the dots, not necessarily create them. And we have put large groups and then convened around the country, which we're going to talk about right now. So we produced a national virtual tour, which was originally going to be in person around the country. And we identified high incidence rates of addiction, suicide in communities. And we committed, when we were meeting with you, we were going to go to about 24 communities. When all said and done, we will go to approximately 35, 36 communities around the country. We have been to 28, 4 in California, addressing youth mental health, with our local PBS stations and community organizations in each of those communities, youth, peers, mental health caregivers, and experts. We did discuss topics of concern about services in the community, about mental health in the community, around youth mental health, and the topics I've talked about. We've addressed decriminalization of mental health, racial, ethnic, and economic disparities, immigration and mental health, LGBTQ and mental health and well-being. Last month, the US Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, joined us for our Boston discussion on mental health on college campuses, and he spoke of his own journey of being bullied when in high school and how he overcame it. These events, while localized, were virtual, and therefore they were national. And as Justin mentioned, 1.5 million people have watched these events in 19 months. It was an unexpected result. Had we gone around the country live, we'd have had about 500 people at each event. And the events live on wellbeings.org and can be seen anytime. I jumped around a bit, and I want to next go to next slide, please, Cody. here's a list of where we went around the country. We in fact did 2 events because Southern California, WCET and SoCal wanted to do an event with their broadcast station and community organizations. And then KPCC in Southern California, the radio station, wanted to do an event. And we've been up north, and there will be more, which I'm going to talk about in a moment. So we've talked about a national tour, and this is it as it stands. And we have an event coming up tonight in Indianapolis, Indiana. And that's available virtually, and it's also then available online at any time. Next slide, please. At every tour stop, which again is virtual, we provide a national resource toolkit and a local resource toolkit. It's virtual, it's always available. National resources are listed, our sponsors and partners. Local resources that community organizations contribute to are listed. So we've been gathering that around the country. How wonderful if we had those resources available everywhere, and that we were able to touch every community in the nation. But we will, which I'll talk about in a moment. Next, please. Also on tour, we partnered with the National Council on Mental Wellbeing and provided youth mental health first aid training in every community. It was 30 trainings, 30 individuals per training, but we were able, it's a start. And we know that they work with many organizations that you know and have worked with to do that in other communities around the country. But as I said at the beginning, our focus has been youth voices. Talking about it, talking about mental health has been a primary focus of the campaign. If you talk about it, we all understand more. We learn how to speak to one another better. And I wanted to say that in the film, you know, we have youth voices. On tour, young people were a part of every aspect of the tour, on panels, as peer counselors speaking, etc. And also, next slide, please. As part of PBS NewsHour, which we produce out of WETA in Washington, we have a division called the PBS NewsHour Student Reporting Labs. They're young journalists in 47 states. I happen to mentor, I live on the West Coast. I happen to mentor Venice High School students. These young students, journalism students, we teach them about reporting news and issues that are relevant to youth. The stories they produce are aired on local PBS stations and then often on national PBS NewsHour with Judy Woodruff. We committed as part of this campaign and your support to 2 years of the students reporting on youth mental health. And they've done to date over 100 stories on the topic. And then we've done events with our student journalists too. As part of the tour, the students interview individuals on different topics and experts, adults and others. And the topics, again, they're relative to a particular community. In Anchorage, Alaska, the topic focused on prevention of suicide. And in Atlanta, Georgia, the topic was mental health and well-being among transgender youth, etc. And I shared with you, Boston. Next slide, please. We're trying to reach audiences of all ages. So we have a media partnership with Forbes.com, and in May 2021, a year into the effort, we began posting stories on Forbes.com about relevant topics. And we have this relationship throughout the entire run of the what is the Wellbeings campaign. Let's say through 10 years, possibly even longer. So we're excited that we're reaching the audience of Forbes readers. They have 78 million unique visitors monthly and a pretty broad circulation of their magazine. So that's another platform for reaching audiences for the people that work, know youth, and educators, and parents. Next slide, please. Oh, I wanted to also mention, you can look at this slide. It's press coverage just from the launch. We had 1 billion media impressions just around the month we launched, 1.9 billion media impressions. But what I wanted to share with you is we also partnered with American Public Media, who's made a 5-year commitment to mental health. Their program is called Call to Mind. We partnered with them. And on our tour, in at least 10 to a dozen of the stops, after we have a virtual event, it's edited. And a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later, the NPR station airs the event. It's another entire audience. It's given us hundreds of thousands of listeners. And so we're grateful to NPR and American Public Media, who have more than 1,000 stations in communities around the country. It bodes well for not just a one-off like we see so often on television or online. It's a one-off, it comes, it goes. We've spent 2 years building up before the film, and now we will continue on beyond the premiere date of the film. Next slide, please. Let's see. Okay. Justin, would you like to talk about, Justin is going to need to leave. I know we started a bit late. Are you still with us, Justin? Nope. Okay, we lost Justin. But I wanted to.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh, great. You want to talk about the education toolkit and the language guide?
Yeah. One of the things we kind of touched on earlier, but it's important to note here is that we have identified that there are many ways to facilitate conversations around mental health challenges. Our education team has spent quite a bit of time partnering and researching with a variety of organizations and individuals to develop a comprehensive toolkit that is continuously growing, that will be used in different classrooms across the country. In addition to that, if you go to the next slide, Cody, you'll also kind of see us touch on our mental health language guide, which was a critical component for us developing as part of this project, because while we recognize having peer-to-peer conversations is critical, we also know that having the tools to have those conversations is equally as critical. So that's what the language guide is designed to do, is really, while the education materials can provide lessons, the language guide is really kind of the in-hand tools that individuals can take to facilitate discussion and use the right terminology.
Justin?
Yes.
Can I jump in for 1 second? We
Yeah.
launched this language guide in November, but we'll be updating it. Went on mute, sorry. So the language guide exists, it's out there. The American Psychiatric Association and the American Psychiatric Association Foundation put out a press release in January advising folks to read it, because there's not enough of us understanding how to talk to one another, not enough guides like this. And we had a lot of partners to contribute to this guide. The education toolkit will be soft launched with the premiere of the film, and will roll out throughout all of this year. Sorry, Justin.
No, that's perfect. And, the idea is that, the education guide and a toolkit and a language guide are almost companion pieces for individuals to have discussions smartly and responsibly. With that, Tom, is there anything you want to say before we go to the next slide?
No, I think we should go to this one, the clip, and then I'll wrap up and we can go to Q&A.
Okay, so what you guys are about to watch is a trailer for our award-winning series called Out of the Dark. The quick note on that is that this series was developed with the intention to specifically speak to certainly youth audiences. The first 3 chapters of this series focus on BIPOC youth and BIPOC mental health stories. And it is now kind of our flagship digital series for the Wellbeings campaign, and will be launching on the PBS app in the coming weeks. So we're very happy with that. This is a series that has won many festivals and gotten many festival selections. So with that, I will step away from this meeting and let Tom, you can take it from here.
Thanks, Justin. And Cody, you'll roll the clip.
I guess when people see me, seeing how strong I am, people just think that nothing phases the Hulk.
I went from an athlete to someone who couldn't even walk some days.
Suicide note. Yes, I actually wrote this as my suicide note, but let me back up a little bit.
We didn't talk about depression, especially as a family. And I thought that when she was struggling, I was helpless. People that are about to commit suicide, you kind of have like a plan.
I vowed never to let myself get that low ever again.
Tell depression, good game, I almost had you.
When I look at life and all that I've dealt with and overcome, now I can handle anything.
A few final notes, and then we can move to questions. This campaign has taken root in communities in the earliest stages before we have even premiered the film. Online, it has taken root with original digital content on social media, on radio, and I neglected to mention that the Student Reporting Labs has created, as a result of this effort, a youth podcast, which began a year ago, going into its second year, by and for youth. It's called On Our Minds. Last year, Noah and Zion were our hosts. Youth around the nation can apply to be hosts of it. And so we're on radio and podcast. And now we will do, coming up on air, beginning in June, we'll be rolling out screenings and panel discussions throughout the country, very heavily in May, around Mental Health Awareness Month, and in June. We will be next week putting out a release that announces the film dates, recognizes our sponsors and partners, provides this clip that you just saw from Ken Burns, and several clips will be sent out to the media and to the public. We're going to be inviting you to premiere screenings, and we invite you to be part of more of our work, the continued rollout of this campaign and what we presented today. We used your money wisely. It's expanded our project. When we met with you, this was a 2-hour film. It's now a 4-hour film. We've expanded our ability to go to more communities. We've created everything from the podcast to so many things that we didn't anticipate, but we knew that the pandemic led us to doing this. We couldn't not do more. And so today I'm coming to you with another request. I'm coming to you for a request for $500,000 for our work and well-beings to sign on to additional films. And we will do more, and we will not stop our critical work. You know the history of PBS. We serve all ages. Every month on PBS, we have more than 320 million mobile device downloads. Every year, we have video streams and downloads, 5.2 billion. The educational content isn't just in a toolkit. It's in schools around the nation, online and in schools. Ken Burns films reach hundreds of millions of people. So for this project, we've raised nearly $15 million to date, with support from individuals, nonprofits, and corporations, in amounts from $250,000 to $5 million per funder. And we are grateful, eternally grateful for your time and your consideration today, your support early on when this was just all on paper. So all of our partners have engaged. You engaged from the very beginning, from the day I met Toby Ewing. And you've had deep effect. You had deep effect on me. I know the work that I do in television and how to build an initiative, but I feel more qualified to be here today before you just because of father and of a son that I love as we journeyed together, not alone, through our lived experiences in mental health and well-being. So with that, I'll stop and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kyoto. And I apologize for the confusion. I didn't mean to replace you with Mr. Rhodes. So please pardon my confusion in the beginning.
I would be honored to be replaced by Mr. Rhodes.
I want to thank you for your presentation today, and I'm going to ask my commissioners if there's questions or comments. And I do appreciate everything that you've shared with us. And I wanted to just let you know that we have so much going on. It's a busy time, and we are going through the legislative budget process. And at this time, I will ask staff to explore opportunities about supporting or looking at your proposal. So I just wanted to let you know that. So again, appreciate what you're asking for. So I will have staff talk to us about possibilities. And so at this time, I welcome comments or questions from my fellow commissioners. And I do see Commissioner Alvarez with your hand up, please.
Thank you, Chair Madrigal-Weiss. And thank you, Tom and Justin, for that presentation and for the preview of the pieces. I mean, they're incredibly powerful, just even the few minutes that we were able to watch. And I think it's not surprising, right? Based on the conversations that we've been having as a commission, the conversations that we're having in our communities with our families, frankly. So very much appreciate the work that's been done. I am curious though, how this work or the videos, the conversations are connecting to youth organizations here in California. What's been the work to connect with organizations that are leading a lot of youth activism, organizing, that has really made a tremendous difference in the mental health of young people, yes, and has highlighted that many of the challenges. Can you speak to some of the organizations that you've worked with? And if not, could you consider that a crucial element to make sure that youth voices continue to be centered in elevating these important pieces that you created?
Yes, up and down the coast, the West Coast and in California. With every virtual event that we do, we work with our stations to mobilize within communities, and we're engaged also at the national level, to work with, in everything that we've done, in every event, when we worked with SoCal and WCT and with KPCC. With KPCC, we work with youth homelessness and youth homelessness or related organizations, because we know we cannot deal with mental health until we deal with food insecurity, all of these different issues. But we have been deeply engaged with youth around the country, from the interviews that we do that air on the virtual events, the young student journalists do, and the student journalists bring in organizations. We have a division, National Impact and Engagement, that works with youth-related organizations around the country. Our local stations do the same, and we merge. The idea is a collective effort. Oftentimes, organizations don't know about one another and often don't get to collaborate. On mental health diversion, we work from Miami-Dade to Portland to California and everywhere in between, in the Dakotas, on these sorts of topics. Really, I'll speak for myself. I am executive producer, one of the executive producers on the film, but I am also the lead of special projects, which builds the national campaign with my colleagues. And it was my visit here in January 19th where I heard loud and clear that youth must be everywhere. I remember like yesterday, someone in the public hearing asking me about an adult making a film, Ken Burns, about youth mental health. And the humanity of everyone that's touched our project, and I'll stop. I give long answers sometimes. The humanity of everyone that's touched our projects because we have all been touched by mental health and well-being in our lifetimes. And that extends young and old. We've all been youth. And so I'll stop there. I hope that answers your question to a degree.
A little bit, yeah. I don't doubt that you have it. I think it's important as we consider this proposal in the future, how we can hold accountable the connection to California youth-led organizations that have really done tremendous work to elevate the issues and to address them.
Well,
so that's just something we want to continue.
Commissioner, just in terms of the coming months, we will be doing not only screenings on the West Coast and in California, but a lot of what I call flagship screenings, where a lot of resources are put into that. And we engage all of the organizations. We engage policy-wise. Patrick Kennedy is of the Kennedy Forum and his wife, Amy Kennedy, are working all over the country where we're working with governors and we're working with local communities and organizations, bringing in the youth organizations in all that we're doing and all that we will be doing. So with a lot of the panel discussions that we'll be having, they will include members of these youth organizations.
Great. Well, I look forward to helping promote that and making sure we have the opportunity for the commission to uplift, the great investment that we made in this. So thank you.
One final really fast note, there's also one of our advisors on our 25-member advisory board, which advises the campaign so that the words we use, all of what we put out, the videos we create are screened in advance with a particular member from Northern California who is on the advisory board and has been like a kitchen cabinet for me and for us.
Do we have any other commissioner comments or questions? Okay, at this time, I don't see any. All right. So I would ask if we have, are there any public comments? If so, please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing.
I don't see any hands up for public comment.
All right, then I will ask that. I do have a couple questions and comments then. And so first of all, I really, following what Commissioner Alvarez said, when we talk about youth voice, I appreciated that you used the word listening rather than just hearing our youth, right? So to listen, it's active. We have to be active in our listening, and it's a voluntary process. It requires effort and it's intentional. So as you're designing these, is it me? Am I causing the echo? I apologize. I hear my own echo, but anyways, I'm sorry. So I love the ideas of everything you've put together, from the podcast to the videos, the stories, the movies, and you're really appealing to the different venues that our youth would be attracted to and use. And so I want to thank you for that. And I do believe that you are listening to youth. I have a couple of questions regarding the tools that you are putting out, specifically around the schools. So where you talk about the educator's toolkit. So will it be made available to all schools, or do they need to go through the video and then they will have access to the toolkit? And I have the same question for the language guide.
Great questions, and Chair Weiss. It's made available to all schools. It's made available through many avenues. PBS Learning Media has more than 3 million teacher subscribers that reach 30 million students around the country. We have a unique relationship through PBS Books with libraries, thousands of libraries all over the country. The modules begin getting used. Sometimes it's through the PBS stations because our stations are in the community and they work with the community organizations. Some of our stations have been doing work for years on this topic. Some have not. But what we've discovered is we do a virtual event in Lincoln, Nebraska, and then the Lincoln, Nebraska station and the community organizations work together and do 4 or 5 more events. And then another station just wrote to me yesterday, and they're going to do 6 months more on youth mental health. And they wanted to access, for instance, some of the education modules, but also one of the videos about called Almost 13 on wellbeings.org about a young boy who 12 years old died by suicide during the pandemic. So that's one answer with regard to the toolkit. And every opportunity we get with a large organization that wants access or that we reach out to, and we do a lot of outreach. We have divisions that do that outreach year round. With the mental health language guide, we put that out far and wide. Of course, we publicize it through our internal and external sources. We also tap our 26 partners and sponsors. And when you have Bank of America as a sponsor, they often will promote various aspects of this work or enhance it more. They actually even promote the film airing on their ATM machines. And we have a good number, if you looked at the sponsor partner logo garden, a good number of our sponsors and partners come from California.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time here, Tom, and thank you for sharing again everything you have done. I'm sorry, I see a public comment. So we are going to take this public comment and then we will end this section. So Pashi, I see your hand, please.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't get it up sooner. I was having technical difficulties. So Pashi Walker, pronouns these, theirs, and I am with Cal Voices. First of all, an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And it sounds like that the choice of the commission is to go ahead and wait to make a decision about this ask, which is partly what I wanted to comment on, that I would hope that there would be an opportunity maybe for the CLCC and the CFLC to also weigh in on this and any comments that they might want to make. And I agree with Commissioner Alvarez that I would definitely like to make sure that if California taxpayer dollars are being used on a project like this, that it's benefiting to the same amount California youth. So thank you so much, and I won't take up any more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pashi. Again, Tom, thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing the wonderful work that is being done. And we look forward to learning more.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye. With that, we will move on to item number 5. The commission will consider approval of legislative, I keep saying that wrong, and budget priorities for the current legislative session. Last month, we directed staff to explore opportunities to modify the statute that governs SB 82 funding that we provide to counties. In response to that direction, staff has moved quickly and is proposing that modifications could be implemented through the budget process rather than through the traditional bill process. Given the accelerated timeframe for this approach, staff has asked for guidance as they enter these discussions. So we have set aside some time on today's agenda to explore that opportunity. Before we take that up, I want to share a proposal raised by Commissioner Tamplin, who unfortunately was not able to join us today. The commission has prioritized opportunities to support peers in our mental health system. With the recent passage of peer certification, we're hoping to see more peers working in the field. We also have promoted opportunities for peers to inform policy and program decisions. With that in mind, Commissioner Tamplin has asked me to propose that the commission champion a strategy to establish a role for peers in the state's mental health bureaucracy. The commission is working on a peer fellowship But we also can ensure that peers have a role within the Department of Healthcare Services and other state agencies that are working on mental health. The state is rolling out a historic children and youth mental health initiative and foundational reforms to Medi-Cal. Commissioner Tamplin asked that we consider directing staff to engage the governor and legislature to develop a strategy to ensure that peers have an appropriate leadership role in California state government. I would ask that we keep that in mind. So let's go ahead and hear from staff on SB 82. I will ask staff to walk us through how we might champion a formal role for peers. We will hear public comment, and I hope we can entertain a path forward on these two opportunities. Members of the public may request to make a public comment on item 5 by clicking the raise hand button on your computer or the app, or by pressing *9 on your phone. Once the public comment period starts, we will close the public comment queue, so please make requests to comment now or as early as possible during this presentation. We will hear from Executive Director Toby Ewing. So,
Chair
Toby?
Weiss?
Yes, please.
This is Commissioner Rolette. Given the potential for a conflict, I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Rolette. At this time, Toby, please, if you could begin.
Thank you very much. You may recall that last month we raised the issue of the Commission's Mental Health Wellness Act, or we often refer to it as SB 82 or triage. The Commission currently has $20 million a year in its budget allocated for local assistance grants. And as we mentioned last month, these funds were originally designed as supplemental funding to counties to support personnel for the crisis response system. The SB 82 had a sort of a Part A and a Part B. Part A was funding for the California Health Facilities Financing Authority. And you heard a little bit about that in terms of the County Innovation today mentioned receiving a grant for infrastructure. Those infrastructure grants come from we refer to as CHAFA, the Health Facilities Financing Authority. And the Commission received ongoing funding for personnel grants. And over the years, the Commission has allocated funds to counties to support this triage program. Originally, funding in our budget was $32 million a year. It was reduced several years ago down to $20 million after the Department of Finance calculated that despite our efforts to allocate these funds to our county behavioral health partners, that counties were returning a large amount of funds. And in essence, they weren't using the full $32 million on an annual basis. They were on average using about $20 million, and so the funding was cut. As outlined in the packet, we've identified 5 areas that put some constraints on how these funds can be used. And over time, we've tried to contrast the rules around this pot of funding with the $5 million that the Commission received some years ago as a one-time allocation to support collaborative innovation across the state with our local partners. So as outlined here, we're required to use SB 82 dollars in a competitive procurement. And there's tremendous merit to competitive procurement, as we've talked about in the past. But we also recognized, and this was particularly highlighted in our recent work to distribute Mental Health Student Services Act grants, that for some of our smaller county partners, they face significant challenge in participating in a competitive procurement. To be very frank and brief, often they just don't have the staff to do that. So while the competitive procurement ensures that there's a level playing field from the sense of a procurement perspective, it doesn't actually ensure that we're responsive to the needs across communities because the environment isn't level across the counties in terms of their capacity to participate in that procurement. So one of the areas we wanted to discuss with you is, would it make sense to engage with the legislature and the administration to seek modifications to the competitive procurement requirement that would allow the Commission the option to discuss a non-competitive procurement when it was considered by the Commission to be in the public's interest. In other words, if we are unable to serve our smallest counties to competitive procurement, should we be able to find an alternate way to provide grant funding? The second issue is these funds are restricted to county behavioral health departments. And as evidenced by the work that you did in the last round of SB 82 funding, where we required counties to work with local education agency partners, we have been able to put some constraints in there to really incentivize collaboration across these systems. But in that instance as well, we did see scenarios where the county behavioral health departments were either unable or not interested in participating in the program, and that precluded many of the other community partners to participate. So again, want to put on the table the idea of seeking flexibility for who is eligible for these services. Well, we recognize that county behavioral health is often considered to be the hub of the community mental health system. That system is actually quite expansive, and there are many local partners that are interested in engaging in the kinds of strategies that the Commission has been able to invest in, but under the current rules of SB 82, we're not able to do that. The third and perhaps the most challenging issue is this original grant program was designed to provide funding for supplemental staffing. Perhaps the biggest reason that the funding was reduced is because counties struggle to spend those dollars on staffing. It can be very difficult to hire staff, and I mentioned this earlier in our own instance, under a limited term grant program, because it's not the best employment opportunity for people that are out there today, particularly as the state is facing this dramatic challenge in hiring additional people to work in the mental health system. So the opportunity actually is to explore ways to use these funds in addition to supporting personnel. It could be training, it could be professional development, it could be consulting services, determining how best to sustainably finance the kinds of services that we've been able to incentivize with MHSSA funds, for example. So the comment really is that the constraint that these funds be thought of as personnel grants, we also want to put that on the table. Fourth, as outlined in the handouts that we provided with you, SB 82 was really designed around crisis, and the heavy emphasis was on crisis response. We've seen great progress in working with our county partners, for example, under our Crisis Now work, under our what we refer to as our data. It's a I forgot what it's DDRP. It's a system to actually help counties learn from their criminal justice data and their mental health data, so we can reduce reliance on data-driven justice project. So we can reduce reliance on crisis response. Might we be able to use these dollars for upstream investments so that we can actually strengthen the crisis response system by reducing the numbers of people who actually rely on that system? And the last issue is we're not allowed to do a match. And so that actually precludes us from leveraging these funds to support greater investment. And I'm not suggesting that all 5 of these be incorporated into an individual proposal. What staff is proposing is that the legislature and the governor modify SB 82 potentially to give the Commission discretion to explore each of those 5 issues in a given case through the kind of public deliberation that you do every month in the context of the SB 82 funding that we have. So before we went over to the legislature and had a conversation with them about what kinds of modifications to SB 82, we really needed to have this conversation with you to get a sense of what your priorities are, what you're looking for, so that we're consistent with the vision that the Commission has moving forward. I know that was very brief. Again, we've written it up in the tab for the meeting packet, but I'd love to answer any questions you might have, just so that my comments are strategic and responsive to the things that are on your mind.
Thank you, Toby. Question or comments from my commissioners? I see Commissioner Carnevale, please.
Thank you, Chair Vanderbilt-Weiss. I think this is a huge issue, and there's a bundle of a whole bunch of things here, but my response is I'm in favor of all of that and more. Building on the comments I made earlier, my understanding is this Commission is supposed to come up with more innovative solutions. And while we are getting a tremendous amount of money that we are supporting really, really important programs, we're just not doing enough. There was, Toby and I just had a call the other day with Tom Insel, who was the governor's former advisor to mental health. He's coming out with a book. I don't know if it's come out yet. I haven't read it yet, but I saw he did a grand round presentation at Ucsf, and he did a great job of picking apart, why the system is not working very well right now. And it seems to me we're in if not us, I don't know who would be working harder at trying to solve some of these problems more innovatively. And so to me, we've got to find more money available to support more of these programs, but we also have to create programs that are more efficient and more effective. And we have to be doing more of what works and less of what doesn't work. And I think we need to be doing more things that are proactive rather than reactive. So I personally intend to start making some suggestions about programs like looking at research, neurobiological research, which can start looking at root cause of a lot of these mental health conditions that we know almost nothing about today, for example, or looking at the venture community. The venture community invests $2 billion a year in mental health now. And as best as I can tell, there's very little connectivity with what we do. And, can we create programs to lever off of their money, get them to focus more on our priorities? So there are lots of those. I think the fellowship program's a great idea. I'd like to see that focused on outcomes. I think the way internally we can do better here is we can be really focused on what is our outcomes, what are our return on investment of the programs that we invest in, and that we can become more effective as an organization. And I appreciate that in the behavioral health community, it hasn't been generally, most people haven't been trained to think that way. I'm a business person, and that's why I was put on the commission. So I can't really lend an intelligent answer to whether a program should be voluntary or involuntary, but I think that putting on my business hat, trying to get this commission to move in a direction where we start investing in the future of making the outcomes for our taxpayers and all of our citizens more effective and serving more people more effectively and reducing suffering, to me, is what we should be all about. So I'm in favor of all of the things that you're referring to, Toby, and trying to get more staff to give us the capability to address these new programs. Again, not to take money away from programs that we're supporting, but to find ways to add money that can support these more innovative approaches. So I could talk a lot more, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carnevale. I saw Commissioner Alvarez.
Thank you, Chair Madrigal-Weiss. I just want to also thank Toby and the commission staff for bringing forward this thoughtful proposal. I think in multiple settings where we've had opportunity to listen to community members, peers, people living with mental illness, family members, the need to really elevate community organizations in their capacity to respond and be partners to our county mental health system, to our state efforts, has come up in every conversation. I mean, in our listening sessions on the prevention and early intervention at the CLCC, I literally just talked about that's something that we're trying to tackle, about building capacity in community-based organizations to better access funds, right? Be better partners of our county. So I appreciate that this proposal seeks to address that, and that we are going through this process to ensure that we are not only responding to what we're hearing, but that we're being careful in our approach to ensure that these changes are systemic in nature and actually meet the goals that we're intending them to meet. So I really want to appreciate that. And my only other comment would be, you had said, Toby, that one of the challenges has been that many of our small counties do not have the capacity to respond. And obviously that's only a piece of it. I think for many community-based organizations that have not had access to resources, this presents an opportunity for them, whether small counties or large counties. Are we, as we move forward with the process, are you considering the release of funds or the allocation of funds based on county size, or how would that come up? That's one question. And then in thinking about the prevention and early intervention conversation and moving upstream, that is so important to consider with our crisis continuum, and making sure that we are considering crisis at every step of the process and how we can prevent those crises from happening. So really considering community organizations and making that happen and being a partner in that effort is super encouraging. So just wanted to highlight that piece as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Alvarez. Oh, Toby, please respond.
So thank you. In terms of Commissioner Carnevale's comments, I think we have seen tremendous value to having state funds that we can use to incentivize cross-county collaboration. We use those funds to launch what we called an innovation incubator. This was a one-time $5 million investment. And the dollars were very flexible, and it allowed the commission to say, in partnership with our communities, and in this instance, all of those partners were county behavioral health departments. We really were able to leverage those funds to focus on very real concerns facing the counties, to do it in an upstream kind of strategy. And every single project was designed to support a foundational change in county operations that could be sustained with local dollars. And so that's very different from what we do with our triage funding. The very first triage meeting that I attended with counties, the first question asked was, when these funds are gone, will you give us another grant so we can sustain the program? And I said, no, unfortunately, no, that's not how the program was designed. And the evaluations afterwards were very interesting. Half the people were really pissed off at me for saying no, that we weren't going to fund the program that they now had to shut down. And most people didn't say anything, but a very small handful of people said, at least you were honest. And so what we're really trying to do here is be pretty honest that the design of SB 82 at the moment, we feel is not the best we can do. For Commissioner Alvarez's comment, right now, for your question about how to allocate based on county size, right now, that is at the commission's discretion. You have the discretion to do that. What I think we're recognizing in the current structure of SB 82 is you don't have the discretion to use these funds for something other than personnel. You don't have the discretion to determine whether or not these funds should be leveraged against other funding. You don't have the discretion to allocate these through a competitive or a non-competitive procurement. You do other funds, but not these. And you don't have the discretion to determine who the right partners are. And so in each of these instances, we're not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're saying, keep what we have, but expand the discretion of the commission to do more tailored work with these dollars that can be responsive to needs that are emerging over time. And we really want to associate those changes with this recognition that even our county partners have struggled to take advantage of SB 82 as it's currently structured, as evidenced by the nearly more than one third reduction in the funding a couple of years ago. So the specific answer is actually how to allocate based on size would be something the commission would decide on a case-by-case basis, as we have done in the past. And so that's not actually, that we're not proposing any modifications to that discretion at this time.
Thank you, Toby. Commissioner Gordon, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really supportive of these changes, because I think if we've learned nothing over the last 7 or 8 years, it's that together we're smarter and stronger, and the more we can work in concert, work in partnership, work in collaboration, as Commissioner Carnevale said, we will learn things, we will find things out that will help us do the work better. And I think, just speaking from the school perspective, the partnerships with schools just cannot happen without imaginative partnerships with community partners, with partners from the universities, with partners from the space, the 0 to 5 space, our early learning system. And most of all, we won't find the secret to prevention by having narrow gatekeeping and knotholes that we have to go through. in order to try out new approaches. And I think the best example of this is the governor's initiative itself recognized that there are so many areas in which we can work together and work in collaboration and work in partnership and do the work smarter and better. Workforce development comes to mind, because we're going to run out of people to do mental health work unless we're very creative and imaginative in finding new approaches, which is exactly one of the things we're doing full on in our county, because we've counted. We have a commitment to put 300 mental health workers into every school in our county. We won't have them unless we start now to do the workforce development work. So I'm really supportive of this. I think the commission has done a good job of being imaginative, but we can do so much more. So thank you.
You're on mute, Madam Chair.
Really? I was saying really brilliant things there. Did you want to respond to anything Commissioner Gordon just stated?
I appreciate that. Thank you for those comments. You know, I think I do want to share just a little bit of context. The Department of Finance is estimating that MHSA revenues this year will hit about $3.8 billion. And so the $20 million that we're talking about is a very small percentage of the overall annual funding. And the way MHSA financing works is 95% of the funds goes to the counties automatically. And there's a small set aside for the state, for state operations. The original design was these funds would be used to support state operations. So as Commissioner Carnevale commented, state staff. And the funds that we're talking about are those state operational funds that are not being used to support state operations that the legislature has then set aside for local assistance. And so the 20 million is not taking away from the county behavioral health portion of the MHSA. What we're really talking about is how can the state of California most effectively use the small portion of the MHSA that is available for the state's priorities. And in this instance, what we're teeing up here is we think we can get better bang for the buck with the $20 million if there's some greater flexibility in how it can be used. So I recognize all the hands that are raised, so certainly want to make time for that. But again, it's 20 million of the state operational side of the MHSSA out of an overall what's estimated this year to be $3.8 billion. Thank you.
Thank you, Toby. I see no other hands from commissioners. So at this time, I would ask for public comments. I see that you have raised your hand, but please raise your hand now as the queue will be closing. And this is a reminder that members of the public should be prepared to complete their comments within 3 minutes or less. And also please note that the meeting moderator will unmute your line and announce your name or the last 3 digits of your number. Once unmuted, we can hear you. So Amarani, I would ask that you please begin.
Okay. We have about 9 public comments. Elia, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. In the last commission meeting again, Elia Gallardo, County Behavioral Health Directors Association. In the last commission meeting, as reflected in the minutes, the commissioners required the commission staff to reach out to stakeholders to have this discussion about SB 82. Unfortunately, CBHDA, the organization that represents the entities most impacted by these proposed change, have not been included in this outreach at this point. In fact, after the hearing, our members reached out to commission leadership in an effort to try to discuss these recommendations. We respectfully request that no decision be made on this topic until the commissioners charged to reach out to stakeholders include conversations with entities like ours that are so impacted by this decision. I want to stress that counties continue to be concerned about limiting these funds to staffing for the reasons reflected in the analysis. However, we continue to firmly believe in the goals and the purposes of the Investment in Mental Health Wellness Act. We, as outlined in their 10-year history, our expression of legitimate concern seems to have in part resulted in justifying opening up the program for new purposes and adding still other problematic restrictions such as a match, which will make funds available only to those that already have resources. Again, presenting a barrier to those small partners that Toby described will again be shut out by this kind of proposal. We support partnerships like the Mental Health Student Services Act. However, we and our members strongly object to the redirection of funds to private entities, including and especially private hospitals. In 2019, 180 California nonprofit hospitals reported a total of $6 billion in community benefit expenditures. As a recent NPR article reported, for-profit hospitals have continued to profit during the pandemic. SB 82 funds are intended to build a stronger crisis response. And as Toby mentioned, counties are central hub to this at the local level. And we're also critical to the long-term sustainability of these efforts, which is why these funds have been directed with counties as the lead. And I reiterate, partnerships such as the MHSSA program do also follow that trend, and we do support that. We strongly urge that the fidelity of the Investment in Mental Wellness Act be retained and this existing program be improved, not completely changed. Improvements that ensure that the funds will be spent, because that is the barrier. The barrier is how the current program is structured. Improvements would include eliminating the competitive nature to secure these funds and strengthening the effectiveness of investments in crisis system change, which include training, program development, and other issues as outlined in the analysis. We are concerned with the direction of this discussion, that this discussion has gone, because it feels like absolutely that the baby, a valuable program with an important purpose that has not yet met its goals. Progress has been made. We do not have a fully functional statewide crisis intervention system for youth or adults. That baby is being thrown out with the bathwater is the way that it feels to us. If the commission is interested in funding a completely new program with a completely different incentive program also with meritorious purposes, we see the purposes as meritorious. We suggest that the commission seek new funds and not divert these critical existing limited resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Elia.
Okay, next we have Adrian. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Adrienne Shelton with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. We are commenting today to support the work and the proposal from the Commission on the SB 82 grants. We were one of the organizations that has been consulted in this process. We believe that SB 82 provides much needed funding for crisis support services and works in tandem with many MHSA programs. However, we believe that to maximize its effectiveness, we should consider changes based on our experience with SB 82 as it has been implemented. Specifically, we would like to support the proposed changes to SB 82 that are outlined in the agenda, and in particular, recommendation number 2 to allow for nonprofit community-based organizations to be eligible applicants. The nonprofit organizations that the California Alliance represents are serving children and youth in the community through a range of services and supports, including crisis intervention. We believe that opening up access to the grants to community-based organizations can expand the reach and the success of this much needed infusion of funds. So we really want to thank the commissioners for all of the thoughtful comments today, and also the commission staff for your partnership on this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adrian.
Okay, next we have Marika. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Marika Collins. I'm with D.D. Hirsch Mental Health Services in LA County. I'm calling in to voice my strong support and our agency's strong support for the proposed modifications to SB 82, with particular emphasis on the modification that would allow for funding to flow directly to county partners such as nonprofit community-based organizations who have both the crisis care services expertise and also the ability to provide the services 24/7, but are also, what I want to emphasize is their unique ability to be both nimble and flexible in the delivery of those services, especially when we're talking about children, youth, in the context of their families, where often these crises occur, whether it be in the school or in the community. And so I really do want to call out, the work of my colleague agencies and the work that's done in that space. I want to also just reiterate that we are committed as a community to ensuring a full continuum of crisis care services, that they'll be available throughout the state of California, and that modifying these key provisions of SB 82 would allow for greater access for local, community-based, home-based care and support that is much needed, particularly as we're coming out of this pandemic and isolating environment that we've been living in the past couple of years. I'd like to thank Executive Director Ewing and the commissioners for your continued leadership and for ensuring that as the goals of SB2, both improving timely access to the most appropriate levels of care and the goals of ensuring our community well-being are being met. I'm not part of my prepared remarks, but I do want to respond to Commissioner Alvarez and your thoughtful remarks earlier when you talk about the delivery of care, more upstream. I haven't fully thought it through, but you have me thinking a lot now about the rollout of 988 that's coming up around the corner in July of this year, and the role that it may play when we're talking about upstream crisis services. So just to put maybe that thought out there for further thought and discussion in the coming weeks and months ahead. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Matt, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair, Matt Gallagher here. I was on the Sacramento County Mental Health Board when we received SB 82 funds. And when we went to sought to implement a program, we had three primary goals: reduce people going to the jail, reduce the 5150 holds, and link people to services. And we did that by creating mobile crisis teams where we had a clinician, a deputy trained in crisis intervention, and having a peer support specialist on that team. And then as calls came into 911, those teams were dispatched and they met with people on the streets where they were, and they were able to successfully divert them from 5150 holds and from the jail while linking them to services in their communities. And I share that with the commission because before we expand these services to upstream and prevention, early intervention, I would ask that the commission fortify existing crisis services, because we know that people are still going to the jail when they should not be. People are still being placed on 5150 holds when they should not be. And we should still be seeking to promote and link people to the communities that they live. And so I would just urge the commission to consider expanding these services beyond the intent originally imposed with SB 82, and to look at it from a cautious perspective, because our crisis intervention systems are not performing effectively as they should. And before we start using these funds for other programs and other services, let's fortify our existing crisis programs and interventions, and let's strengthen them. Let's do a better job at diverting these people at the point of entry. That was what we tried to do in Sacramento County, and the data from that showed that it was successful and it worked. Now, are reforms needed? Yes. Should we consider or look at the competitive process? Yes. But instead of just completely doing away with it, let's have large counties compete against large counties, medium counties compete against medium counties, and small counties compete against small counties. Let's potentially expand it beyond personnel. Let's explain or consider expanding it beyond just counties. But in order to do that, let's actually come together. Let's have a discussion. Let's do it out in the open. Let's do it in public, and let's come together. With that said, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Matt.
Next, we have Danny. Your line is open. You may go ahead.
Thanks very much. Danny Offer with the National Alliance on Mental Illness, also known as NAMI California. NAMI California is very supportive of this proposal, particularly the idea of focusing some of the funds on prevention and intervention. We think that doing so with an emphasis on crisis reduction makes a lot of sense. Also, the other issue, expanding the pool of who can qualify, Just wanted to throw this out there that one thing we learned when we were working with the Hospital Association a couple years ago on a budget proposal for empath units, which I think you all saw the presentation on a few months ago. We really like this model. We think, our loved ones oftentimes are showing up in emergency rooms in the first place. And so it makes sense to have somewhere that people can go to that's, mere steps away, that's non-coercive and voluntary. I know we have one just in Sacramento over at the Dignity in Carmichael, I believe. But we really believe in the empath unit, and hospitals also oftentimes have the space and the staff. So if we're also going to explore requiring some folks to put up matching funds, this could potentially be a good way to get the most bang for our buck. So just wanted to throw that out there as an idea when you're talking about expanding the pool. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you, Danny.
Kalia, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kalia Parker, and I'm representing Seneca Family of Agencies in support of the recommendations proposed to SB 82. Seneca wanted to specifically touch on recommendation 2 that was discussed. Seneca is a provider of children's services across the state, including a continuum of community-based and trauma-informed crisis prevention and response services. These programs are notoriously difficult to sustainably fund and would greatly benefit from access to SB 82 funding. So with that said, we are in strong support of the reforms proposed to SB 82, all of which we believe will improve access to care for young people. Thank you for your leadership on this important issue.
Thank you.
Rakaya, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Toby, for providing details on the proposed modifications to SB 82, and thanks to the rest of the commission. My name is Rakaya Ahmed, and I'm a Peter Harbidge Policy Fellow with CPEN, or California Pan-Ethnic Health Network. We would like to express support for the MHSOAC in this really important effort to improve SB 82 so that it can meet its stated goal. And we believe that it's just as important that any changes to SB 82 also increase its focus on racial equity in mental health crisis care. As we know, presently, communities of color experience the most harmful impacts of our lack of racially equitable crisis care, and we can't let this continue. And this is our opportunity to build an alternative system that's more racially just and more effective. While we do really appreciate the intent of the proposed changes, we believe some of them miss the mark on the changes that are truly needed. I appreciated the question that Commissioner Alvarez raised in your response, Toby. It's great that we're trying to move towards a more inclusive process to allow small and very small counties to receive funds. However, we do have concerns because more often than not, non-competitive procurement often ends up disadvantaging entities that are embedded in communities of color. We also have concerns with engaging a broader array of behavioral health partners. We think that community-based organizations could certainly be incredibly helpful and effective providers and recipients of the dollars. However, like Elia Gallardo from CVHDA mentioned, we have concerns about large hospitals and other already well-resourced stakeholders tapping into these funds. Instead, we propose that SB 82 prioritize funding for counties or other entities that commit to developing culturally and linguistically relevant community-based non-law enforcement alternative response models. And we believe that SB 82 should require collection of data that'll allow for meaningful analysis of racial disparities in both who is served and the outcomes of the service. And lastly, we believe SB 82 should require that professionals and peers who staff the response teams represent their community's racial and linguistic diversity, and also require that service providers go through implicit bias training. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And we have Stacy, your line is open. You may go ahead.
Hi, Stacy Hiramoto with REMCO, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. First, I want to say that REMCO strongly supports CBHDA's recommendation for the commission not to take a position or vote on this measure today. I do say we agree with many of the concerns raised by both Matt Gallagher and Rokhaya Ahmad. And while we do not oppose, have specific opposition to the recommendations made in this proposal, we do not believe that the process for public input and for commission consideration has been adequate. I do want to thank the commission for calling me prior to this meeting to explain the changes to SB 82, but clearly CBHDA should have been contacted. And again, just as sometimes REMCO feels out of the loop, this really needs to be a more public process. Again, this is why we keep recommending that a legislative committee, because it's impossible for commissioners or the public to dialogue. It's just these little comments here, you know, we can't get our concerns and we sometimes cannot get our questions answered. As far as putting this in the state budget process, this actually gives stakeholders less opportunity to weigh in on it as compared to the regular bill or legislative process. And yes, I was a lobbyist and I did work in the legislature for over 6 years, so I know what I'm talking about. Again, it's not that we have no input into the budget process, but there is more opportunity when it goes through the legislative process. I believe it is very difficult for the commission to know really what's going on with the budget process as it moves so quickly and it's not very transparent. For example, last year, the commission was one of the only entities at the state level to not sign on to support the California Reducing Disparities Project in the state budget. It was supported in writing by virtually all the other major mental health organizations, both governmental and community-based. The CRDB budget measure did pass and was approved and signed by the governor. But you do have a chance to make up for this year by supporting the California Health Equity and Racial Justice Fund. And yes, I feel like these comments don't match, but this whole thing is about the state, about your legislative priorities, and this is the budget. So the California Health Equity and Racial Justice Fund is a significant state budget item supported by major BIPOC and underserved communities. It directs $115 million to the Department of Mental Health to distribute to community-based organizations to provide services that reduce health disparities. And I will be providing more information to be included in the materials for next month's OAC meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey.
And that was our last public comment.
Can we say something?
Thank you, yeah. Yes, please.
And I know we're still talking about it as a commission, but you know, the public comments were, we heard from both sides, right? That was, you know, some concern that there hasn't been as much of a process, some concern that these are county dollars and it shouldn't go into the community. And as a commissioner, I do want to say, I know we've talked about this issue at least 3 times at a commission meeting. I know that because we brought this to the CLCC to talk about, to give input on whether we want to open up SB 82. So I want our members of the public to know that we are being committed to having these transparent conversations about something as big and as small, as big as changing SB 82, but also as small, because I want to, if I'm doing my math right, I think it's less than half of 1% of the full amount of funds available through the Mental Health Services Act that we're talking about. So I want to be mindful of that. And I also want to consider just how important it is to be responsive to public comment. And I think in having multiple opportunities to discuss this issue, I'm proud of the commission to have created the space to allow this conversation to continue. And I anticipate that through the legislative process, we will continue to make that available through the advocacy efforts of many of our partners.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Alvarez. I also, in communications as the chair with Toby, it is important that we're in communications with our partners. So Toby, if you could please just share that with our fellow commissioners and with the public, that we have been intentional about our communications with our partners. I would just ask that you share that with me.
So thank you. On January 27th, at the last commission meeting, we raised this. I actually have a standing meeting with the CBHDA executive team. We met on February 7th, and I raised this issue. Subsequently, I've been in email communication with a handful of individual county directors and have offered to meet with the directors en masse as part of their periodic monthly meetings to talk about the proposal. We reached out to NAMI, to the Hospital Association, to the Community Behavioral Health Agencies, the Alliance, local education agencies like SECESA, REMCO, CPEN, and others. And again, just to be clear, the commission is not changing the rules. The commission's rules of procedure stipulate that I can't go to the legislature and have this conversation without your guidance. So what we're simply saying, and this is relative to the comments about it hasn't been publicly reviewed sufficiently, is to engage the legislature through the budget process in this conversation. And there's an entire process in the legislature to discuss the merits, and that's another forum for all of the stakeholders to engage on the details here. But in order for the commission staff to go to the legislature and have this conversation, we needed guidance from you on the issues to support. So this isn't the last discussion. This is actually, as Commissioner Alvarez says, the third or fourth or fifth discussion that is a precursor to moving to the legislative venue, which is where the actual decision is being made. So the actual request from staff is authorize us to have this conversation formally, and we will continue to work with all of the stakeholders. We were aggressive in reaching out to folks. Not everybody was able to get back to us, but after your last meeting, as soon as we heard from our legislative folks that the best way to do this would be through a budget trailer bill, we reached out and said, heads up. And so I appreciate Stacy's comment, the comment from CPEN. We did not reach everybody, but we were pretty aggressive. And again, what we're asking of you is to let the conversation continue.
Thank you, Toby. I appreciate that. And thank you, Commissioner Alvarez. So I'm sorry, Commissioner Collar-Valley, please.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest we move forward, and I'd like to move that we approve the staff to engage with the legislation around the proposal and around all the connected pieces around the fellowships and all the other pieces that fall in. I don't have the right language, that fall into this category to pursue this conversation with the legislature so we can improve the processes and the services of the granting that we do.
I'll second.
So let me clarify. The chair had made a comment at the very beginning of this process on, in addition to SB 82, an idea around strengthening the role of peers in state government. And so want you to consider that. And then, Commissioner Carnevale had referenced the fellowship that we have. So, part of that conversation that he and I have had is, might we be in a position to actually establish a behavioral health fellowship focused on performance outcomes and accountability. And so that is so there's really sort of three issues here on the table for your consideration. One is moving forward with SB 82. And again, it's just the start of the conversation with the legislature. You're not deciding to do these things, you're deciding to engage the legislature, which would be the responsible party with the governor to do these things. Modification to SB 82, strengthen the role of peers. Madam Chair, as you outlined in your comments, in state government, want to recognize that counties hire peers, community organizations hire peers. There is a job classification for peers. The state of California does not currently have that. So, consistent with the wonderful comments from Matt Gallagher at the very beginning of this session some way to recognize Commissioner Wooten would be, her history is that she worked within the State Department of Mental Health. And it was shared with me that we really do not have these pathways to ensure that peers are working in state government. And then Commissioner Carnevale had recognized this fellowship issue, which is really an opportunity to recognize, consistent with his comments, that we really need to move this system to be more outcome-based. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that the people who work in this system have that kind of training and recognition and really are invested in data and information in ways that will be outcome focused. So Commissioner Carnevale, I don't know if you want to talk about that more or want me to talk more about that, but we're sort of getting towards the end of our meeting at the moment. But those are the three issues that have been sort of, raised in this meeting, but not necessarily dug into in detail.
Yeah, I feel like we've talked about them enough. I'd like my move to adopt all three of those proposals as part of my my action.
Well, that's my question, given Commissioner Carnevale's motion. So is this three different conversations or motions wrapped into the SB 82? Because I'm a little confused on it, because now it sounds very enmeshed.
So why don't we take, my recommendation would be the first motion would be to support modifications to SB 82, at your will. If you agree with all five of those issues, again, it is simply working with the legislature. We can bring back specific language to the commission at a later date.
So okay.
So take them one at a time, Commissioner, would be preferred.
Okay, let's do this one at a time, because I am definitely interested in getting a little bit more information on, I thought that was Katera's initial lead-in in her absence regarding the peer movement in state government, if I'm not correct. So are we wrapping that in SB 82, or that's just totally separate?
No, that's separate. So that was Katera's idea, and would like us to support that, to have peers in state government. So let's start with SB 82 then. We would need the motion to accept that. So do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Thank you. And do we have a second? I want to say that Commissioner Bunch had seconded initially.
I'll second it.
Second.
I do have a question though. I'll second. So there's no timeline on this, correct? I mean, or is there, with regard to these 5 recommendations on SB 82?
So the timeline is between, so the process happens between now and June. So what we would do is draft a proposal, work with the legislature, bring it back to you if you want to see the specifics, and then modify, or whatever that happens to be. But I cannot go to the legislature and have that conversation without having some guidance of what exactly it is we're reforming. So again, this is the start of the conversation, not the end, but this all needs to get wrapped up in early June.
Okay, this is just February going into March. We have time for more discussion, but I'm sure some of these same public comments will come back again next month. And I always like to try to entertain as we discuss, because there's always food for thought in what the public brings to us. So I gave my second.
Thank you. Maureen, if you would take roll, please.
Yes, certainly. On the first motion that we just heard from Commissioner Carnevale, how vote you, Commissioner Bontrager?
Aye.
Bontrager, aye. Commissioner Boyd? Commissioner Brown? Commissioner Bunch?
Aye.
Bunch, aye. Commissioner Carnevale?
Aye.
Carnevale, aye. Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Chen? Commissioner Cortese? Commissioner Danovich? Commissioner Gordon?
Aye.
Gordon, aye. Commissioner Mitchell?
Approve.
Mitchell, aye. Commissioner Roulette? Commissioner Tamplin. Vice Chair Alvarez.
Aye.
Alvarez, aye. Chair Madrigal-Weiss. Mara, you're on mute.
Aye, gosh, I'm sorry. Aye.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. So the second is, and this is where we want to make clear, second vote was to entertain the proposal recommended by Commissioner Tamplin that we direct staff to engage the governor and legislature to develop a strategy to ensure that peers have an appropriate leadership role in California state government.
I would move we adopt that.
Second.
So any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Seeing none, we would go to public comment, and they would limit this just because of the sake of time to 2 minutes, please. So if you have a public comment, please raise your hand now, and we will.
We have one hand.
Thank you. I see. Stacy.
Yeah, Stacy, you can go ahead.
Stacy Hiramoto, Remco, the Racial and Ethnic Mental Health Disparities Coalition. I know we can't have dialogue, but I'm unclear about what the proposal is for the state budget. You want leadership, which of course I support for peers, but I know we can't, but I want to put that in the record. It's unclear to me what amount or how this is going to be in the state budget. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any other public comment?
I don't see any more hands raised.
Okay. Toby, just to be clear, this wasn't addressing the budget. It was around conversations to create this position within the state. Is that correct?
The comment was to develop a proposal. So there's no detail because we haven't developed that proposal.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
We're recognizing that peers are in the county, that peers are in the community, but there is no classification in state government for peers in state government. And if we want to facilitate leadership in the sort of the highest level of the California's mental health system, why don't we have peers in California state government? So how do we solve that problem? Let us give you a proposal on that.
Okay, thank you so much. I see Matt's hand. We'll take Matt as the final comment. Please, Matt.
Yes, and sorry for not raising my hand sooner. I was a little confused on what we were commenting on, but given what Director Ewing just said, totally supportive of that. Appreciate his leadership, the leadership of the commission on that, and happy to help any way we can further the peer movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will.
One more came up, Chair.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I think, okay, please, Aaliyah.
Elia with CHDA, it's fine. I just, again, strong support on the peers. We're obviously very excited. In July, we will be having peers be a certified provider in the Medi-Cal program. Unfortunately, it's going to be an optional county benefit. It's not a statewide benefit. The state was not willing to go there, but counties saw this as such an important investment in our workforce that we are putting in the non-federal share in order to create this Medi-Cal billable provider. So strong support for the proposal.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other public comment at this time, do we have any other commissioner comments? Seeing none, I would ask for a commission motion.
I think I already moved, but I'll move that we adopt this proposal for discussion.
Yes, I'm sorry. So we are doing individual motions. So just to be clear, sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you
Correct.
so much, Commissioner Colabari. So then the motion, and do we have a second? And that would be to authorize staff to engage governor and legislature to develop a strategy for peers in state government. And so then do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Mitchell. And with that, Maureen, I would ask that you call the vote, please.
All right. Commissioner Bontrager,
Aye.
Commissioner Boyd, Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Bunch,
Aye.
Commissioner Carnavale,
Aye.
Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Chen, Commissioner Cortese, Commissioner Danovich, Commissioner Gordon,
Aye.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Aye.
Commissioner Rolette, Commissioner Tamplin, Vice Chair Alvarez,
Aye.
Chair Madrigal Weiss.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I know Commissioner Templin will be very happy about that. So at this time, I want to thank everyone for being here today.
I think there was the third one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I just, the
The
third,
fellowship, right? The
Yeah.
Fellowship in Tia Wooten's name, honor.
Well, in the
Okay.
interest of time, we could certainly bring that up next month.
okay,
And we will flesh out the details for that. Thank you. I apologize.
okay.
So we will bring that to you next month. So we will adjourn at this time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. You see how it can sometimes be messy. So I apologize for my part in that messiness.
Good job.
Have a wonderful day, everyone. Take care of yourselves.
Bye-bye.
Bye.